It's 9 o'clock.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the County Commissioners meeting for the 13th of April. If you would all rise and stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. First thing on our agenda today is the minutes. And Commissioners, do you have any additions or corrections? And do I have any discussion?
Don had wanted a change in there.
Yeah.
I think
You
that
may.
was, he, was the spelling of Corey from Corey to C-O-R-E-Y to C-O-R-Y. It's been corrected.
I move we accept the minutes from last week's commissioners meeting.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, April 6th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next on our agenda is public comment. The Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Persons speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name, address, and for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. So with that, we have our public comment session open.
Good morning.
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 My name is Eric Bruels. I live at 2380 East Main Street, Cortez, Colorado. There's a packet that I gave to the clerk here, and she passed it out, I believe, to you all. And I'd like to present it as of dire concern to the citizens of Montezuma County. As a resident of Cortez and Montezuma County, I am deeply concerned about the rising cost of propane fuel and excessive pricing by one provider. There are many factors causing the rise in fuel prices, such as 1. Increased demand for fuel as society recovers from the COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic. Temporary loss of refinery capacity by 27% due to recent winter storms. And industry uncertainty due to recent executive orders. Each of these factors has been an influencing contributor to the increase in the fuel prices, but it is not fully explained why one propane provider's pricing is 139% higher than its next local competitor servicing the Cortez market. See example 1. The nationwide average price for propane is $2.29 per gallon. For the county commissioners and city to have a better understanding of the issue at hand, I would like to share my own experience as a propane fuel customer. I am a current customer of Suburban Propane. with a 120-gallon propane tank heating my home. In December 2020, my price for propane was $1.39 per gallon. On March 1st, the cost for propane jumped to $3.37 per gallon. And by March 26, 2021, that price has increased to $4.89. See Exhibit 2. This is an increase of 252% in just a little over 3 months. On several occasions, I did speak to suburban personnel and management inquiring about the justifications for these increases. The only response I received is pricing is based on market conditions. If this is the case, then 2 local propane fuel resellers, Country Gas and Farley Propane, prices would not be $2.02 and $2.05 per gallon respectively, but instead closer to Suburban's pricing of $4.89 per gallon. Logic would dictate that Suburban Propane, being the 3rd largest, can I have extended time, please? This is a critical issue.
I understand that, sir, and we will put this into the record, but if you're going to try to go through these 4 pages.
No,
we
I'm
do
just
have-
reading what I wrote here.
We have several people here, and it will be on the record, so
Okay.
your 3 minutes are up, and I'm going to
All right,
stick with that.
let me
so-
close by saying this. As such, governing bodies have the authority to declare emergency and enact temporary emergency actions. You have a fiduciary responsibility to protect the citizens of this county. Senior citizens and lower income citizens are being deeply impacted by these actions.
Thank
And
you,
I do
sir.
ask that this be entered on the record.
It will be
And
entered
I
in
will
the
be sharing
record.
it with the media.
Absolutely, this will be entered
Thank
in
you.
the record. Next.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Good morning, Kim.
Morning.
My name is Alan Mays, 21693 County Road 21 in Lewis. Last week, I made a comment about voter integrity. I do want to make a clarification. In no way did I want to make it sound like our county clerk was not doing a good job here in Montezuma County. I think the anomalies that we're seeing across the country are there and are something to be considered, but I do want to make sure if there are things that we can do to make our voter numbers count and our voter numbers more accurate, that's where I was commenting on. And so I do want to apologize to our county clerk, Kim Purcell, for making it sound like it was coming from me. That no, I think Montezuma County is doing a good job. And I think that if anything, there are some things out there that I know are occurring. Dead people are getting ballots. Those are things that have to go through a process. And I know Kim works through that as best she can, and the process is difficult. So I just wanted to make that clear that it's here in Montezuma County, things seem to be going right. We elected 2 new county commissioners, which I think worked out just fine for us. So anyway, thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Come forward, sir.
Thank you. May I use them? Thank you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Be sure you turn the microphone on, please.
Okay, thank you.
Is this pertaining to our next discussion?
I don't have an agenda.
P.2
This would be about, I couldn't see it from back then, sorry.
If it is, you might want to wait.
Okay.
Because you're on the agenda.
There will be
This
public
this is an
comment
agenda
during that
item.
time.
Otherwise, you're going to get 3 minutes, and I'm going to have to cut you off.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. I
right,
appreciate
thank you.
your consideration of that.
Okay, again, we're in public comment. Come forward, sir.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name's Don Harwood. I live at 13296 Road 35.6, Mancos. And my concern is the access to Pruitt Lake. I think you're going to discuss a little bit today, and I think Roy was going to put more information up later. I just want to say I just heard about it, and I didn't know I had time to speak today, so I didn't bring anything in. My hearing aids aren't working very good, but I drove that road, the P.2 33 to Pruitt Lake about 2 weeks ago. I very seldom take it. And it was so chopped up, it looked like somebody taking a back blade on a tractor and just humped it, and then took the top material off and pushed on the side. It really destroyed a section of that road. Took the base material off and really chewed it up. And my concern is, from what I understand, that the county is going to allow, is going to repair it or fix it or some agreement on that, then most traffic going the lake is probably going to go up and around through 35.6, or the road I live on, which was absorbed by the county a year or two ago, but before that I'd put $12,000 of my own money and material in it, and I hate to see it get destroyed by people coming in that way. Even though it was signed at one time, no access to Pruitt Lake, that sign had disappeared. And I think people will start coming that direction. And I also think for emergency response, fire, law enforcement, ambulance, anything, if they're trying to take the shortest way to anybody living in that residential area, Rogue Ranch, or any of those homes there from the Cortez area, that road and the condition is right now, with all those whoop-de-doos, the response times cut down, even though it's a short stretch, cut down considerably and bouncing and stuff. So I think Roy's got more information on it. I just want to put in my 2 cents, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
My name's Jason Harrod. I live on 440 Southland, and I just brought property up by Pewitt. I have 2 concerns about P2 Road. I was able to access the property without any problems this winter. What I see developing is liability. It's my understanding that a irresponsible teenager's already lost his life on that road, but we're extending into elderly people, and I'm not sure what the speed limit is. I've been told 35. There's no speed limit signs, but typically a speed bump is illuminated with yellow paint, accompanied by a speed limit sign of 5 miles per hour, and another sign saying that the speed bump exists. There's no such signs out there. They're just made out of dirt on a dirt road, and even if you're doing 15 miles per hour, you hit those things, you better be buckled up and driving a good strong vehicle. So I'm worried about liability. I see it developing with the state that the road's in now. And then the other thing is access in the winter and plowing it. We need to be able to get in there. It's where I'm going to be living. So I don't know how plowing over speed bumps works, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a mess, and it's going to be even more hazardous in the winter when we try to clear the snow off that road. So yeah, I just wanted to add those 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just take a moment to clarify for those who don't know. On county roads, dirt roads are 30 miles per hour unless otherwise posted, and paved roads are 40 miles per hour unless otherwise posted.
But that doesn't necessarily apply to this road.
Correct. But in general, for county roads.
Anybody else for public comment? Come forward, sir. Right. Remember, too, if this is for the discussion on P.2 road, that's going to actually come up here in a minute, so you don't necessarily have to do it in public comment. You can do it under the P.2 discussion. Okay. So just again, a clarification, that's next on our agenda is the discussion on P.2 road. So this is just open public comment. Okay. Well, we're going to close this portion of the public comment session, and we're going to go on in our agenda, and now we are going to start our conversation on the continuation of the P.2 road discussion. So, Attorney Baxter, do you have anything you want to start with from looking at the easements? If not, we'll have a discussion between the commissioners of what we have found out.
I think I'd probably be able to try to answer questions. So no, there was nothing I wanted to initially say. I don't know if you all have heard from our GIS department, or if they have anything to add right now.
I do. I actually was able to reach out to Mr. Archuleta with the CPW, and he sent back a response to me. And if I get this wrong, please come up and correct it. But basically, that easement is between the state of Colorado and the landowners on that section of roadway. He has basically informed me that they're working on hiring an operator within the next couple of months, and they hope to have their own maintainer or motor grader within a period of a year or so within their budget constraints, which then will come into the southwest region of Colorado and take care of all of your access easements that you guys have in place at the current time. And so I think as far as the state is concerned, and I'm going to go ahead and ask you to come up, Mr. Archuleta, I think there will be some maintenance there, but this is part of the discussion that we were having a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you, Commissioner Candelaria. Commissioners, Adrian Archuleta, Area Wildlife Manager with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm out of 151 East 16th Street, Durango, Colorado. And yeah, that email I sent Commissioner Candelaria mentioned we are in the process of hiring a heavy equipment operator for all of Southwest Colorado. That position is yet to be filled. Equipment is lacking. There's no guarantees we're going to see that position for our immediate needs. We're viewing that position as more of a rotational basis. So my vision is to put in a request for that person to come out here and hit the likes of Joe Moore, all these other really reservoirs properties that we have. P.2 Puett is an interesting one because we were granted public access right-of-way from, in the 60s, it was the Cornettes. That also included 30 feet around the reservoir, the high water mark, for portions of the reservoir that Cornettes owned at the time. Later, we were also granted public access right-of-way from the Lopez family for a section closer to County Road 33. So that was granted to the state for the benefit of public use to get from point A to point B to the reservoir for recreation purposes. I think at the time, people didn't have the foresight to see the development that was going to occur. There was a lot of vacant land back then. Since then, there's a lot of folks that have purchased properties, developed their lands. What their legal access to P2 is, I don't know. That's not for me to say, but I can assure you the state, for the benefit of, at the time it was Colorado Game Fish and Parks, now it's Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So long as there's public access from point A to point B, we've been good. We have not maintained that in the winter time. I think over the years, the state has helped to develop that road. It once was a 2-track, but again, that was for the benefit of getting fishermen, hunters to Puett Reservoir. Since then, again, there's been a lot of development that's occurred. So I think the state's here, and as a reference in the email that I sent Commissioner Candelaria, we would like to be a partner in this. Is it reasonable that the state of Colorado should maintain this completely? I don't know. I think that's for a discussion to be had of what the legalities are for other folks to use this road. It's up to the commissioners to decide what the status of this road is, but I can assure you we want to be a partner and come to a long-term solution for P2. And if that involves using our equipment operator, I know, again, we don't own the road, so we have to be respectful of the owner's rights as well. But if needed, we can request that position or that tool to be utilized out there, as well as some other funding. Again, there's no dedicated funding right now to this issue, but it can be requested. It's a process we have to go through. But again, we're here. We'd like to be a partner in this.
Mr. Archuleta, are you Mr. Thorpe?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I've replaced Matt Thorpe. Yes.
Matt took a higher job, right? He was promoted.
He was promoted to the deputy region manager position. Yeah, he's still out of Durango, so you still may see his red mustache around from time to time. Yeah, and if there's any questions I can try to answer, please ask her, and I'll be around to help out any way I can.
I think the clarification from what we have seen, the easements that have come before us was P.2 or P.4, and I may have you come up, Doug, because you sent some of these emails and clarifications to us. That's all on private property with just an easement right now that was for the purpose of access to the boat ramp at Pewitt Reservoir. When P.2 loop was established in a subdivision to the south and east off of 35.6 Road, I think that's where you started getting a lot of traffic coming into that lower subdivision off of P.2, obviously because it was closer. So that was never, well, actually I'm going to have you come up, Doug, because I don't want to say something that is incorrect. But from the emails and the conversations going back and forth, that when that subdivision was established, that subdivision's access was off of was off of 35.6 Road. Is that correct?
Yeah, the P.2 loop road, was a 35-plus acre subdivision. It never went through the county review process. It simply defines a road easement through that subdivision, and it doesn't mention on the plat that there's public access through that subdivision.
Correct. So that's why we've seen all of the signs that are actually posted on P.2 Road out by the First Cattle Guard. I actually had the opportunity to go drive this myself and talk to some people up there. So we now have people using P.2 to access P.2 loop, which I think that's where a lot of the frustration and confusion is coming from. That subdivision, like you said, was a 35-acre subdivision to the south that never went through a county process, and that road is absolutely owned and taken care of by those people of those properties down to the south. So I think where the rub is at right now is that although P.2 is an easement or access to the lake, obviously there are people using it for other purposes, which we cannot restrict as the county. We don't have that within.
It's not even really the county's easement. It
Correct.
looks like it is a public
State's
right-of-way.
State of Colorado's.
Again, not for me to say.
Right.
We've often wondered, but again, the state's, and that easement, again, it's the state of Colorado. We're not CDOT. We're not another. It's for the benefit of, at the time, Game Fish and Parks, which is currently Colorado Parks and Wildlife, for access to said reservoir for recreation purposes.
Right, and historically there has been confusion about whose road is this? Is it a county road? Is it a private road? We do not assert jurisdiction to it. I get that there has been confusion, especially I think 30 years ago or so. And also we may have added to that confusion because it sounds like, this is just from my loose understanding, that our road department exchanged maintenance of that road for use of it or for something, for water, but didn't mean that we owned the road. And so our position is that we don't own the road. It looks to us like, yes, there's a public right-of-way because of this easement that you all hold, but we don't assert jurisdiction over it.
And I would say also, we don't own the road. So if somebody approached us and said, hey, we'd like to punch a driveway in, would you grant us an easement? We don't own.
The landowners still own the property. So however it's being taken care of by the landowners is really what what the issues are. I think the gentleman stated, his concern was the speed bumps. So I did have a conversation, and I see that he's on the phone with a Mr. Lee who lives up there, who the 2 speed bumps are in front of his driveway on the south side of P.2. I drove it with him. There are no speed limit signs, but here again, we wouldn't regulate that because it is not a county road. So, that just driving it, there's a recommendation. Whether anybody follows it would be up to them, but maybe through the help of you all with that easement, could it be limited to maybe 25 miles an hour? Could you post some signs? And then we also talked about, because he owns the property, he could clear a sight distance of a couple of 100 feet going back to the east to the reservoir so that he could have a better sight distance of the people coming through there at a speed that's too fast.
Yeah, I'm not clear on what the site issue is, but if it is, discussing with the landowners, if there's something that can be done, again, I think the other issue that may come up is enforcement, and I don't know where the sheriff comes in on this, with it not being a county, road or a green road. Again, our folks, our law enforcement personnel, again, we're using it for access to get to the reservoir to enforce fish and game regulations and laws. Typically, the Title 42 traffic infractions, things like that, we defer to the appropriate jurisdiction. So if there was something, and maybe it is to just inform people to slow down, I think that can certainly help. But when it comes to enforcement, I can't, say that we will enforce that.
Okay.
And again, so long as there's public access from point A to point B and an average vehicle can access the reservoir, there's no immediate issues, then, we've always we operate a number of our roads that way. As long as and I'll note, I have not, to my recollection, had any complaints from anglers or hunters, accessing the reservoir, so.
You gentlemen have anything to add?
Doug, is there any record of property ownership or anything that looks back into history that tells us that? You guys speak up, please. I was just asking our GIS gentleman if there's anything in the history or back in there. Rob, do you know that this was at one time a county road? Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, can
So,
you come to the microphone?
Yeah.
I'll answer your question when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this alignment has been shown on the county road map at different times since the 1966 agreement. Last time it was shown on the county road map is 1995, and I'm not sure the history of why that was taken off. As we can see, there was some controversy in, around 2000. It gets a little complicated when you're looking at that section. I agree completely with Mr. Archuletta's assessment of what the state easement is, and the meets and bounds description in that easement does match the road alignment as it is now. And as those tracks got subdivided from what was the original Coronet property, what the easement was made with, then there's quite a few different plats along that stretch of road that indicate different things that would have to be looked at from the property owners to see what easements may or may not exist for property access. That's where it gets a little bit complicated, but yeah, for a while it was shown, indicated as a county road.
So my name's Vanessa Velasquez. We're all the owners back there. My grandmother and my grandfather, Frankie and Beatrice Lopez, were the initial buyers of the property. We're the first 3 homes to that property, almost all the way to the cattle guard, except the new buyer at the very end. And we're the ones who had the easement. I've lived there since 1985, and it's never been a county road. It's always been a private road. The only reason my grandfather did do the easement with Colorado because he had livestock there. So we had to put up a fence to keep the livestock out so we could give people lake access, which he did his piece with. Him and my grandmother did that. And we're not trying to stop anybody from going to the lake or anything. We wish they would slow down and we could have a sign, you know, saying that a speed limit existed, because it is pretty unsafe when there are people hauling butt down that road. However, we don't think that it should be resorted to a county road. We do have something in the easement that states Colorado State does want to will maintenance it at some point in time of the year, but like he said, there's like not the access to do that right now. So I think it would be a sit down with them to see when and what liability is all there for maintenance of the road. Like you said, the speed bumps were put there because we do have videos of people going too fast down that road, and it could get pretty reckless. But there is an easement for the purpose of it's on part of our private property. So that's why we don't want it to become a county road, because it would actually be taking some of our property. And I got this if anybody wants to see it. Or
I think we
other-
have
that.
that.
Yeah.
We've researched that.
You want to
so.
make a copy of it for me, Kim, or? Thank you.
And I did have a conversation with our road and bridge superintendent. We did pull water out of there for the upper end of some of our county roads, but when we had the mussel, which we still are dealing with right now, the aquatic nuisance species, that gate was shut off along with a lot of other gates because you can't get down to get into the water. So we haven't drawn water or accessed any water for at least 6 years. Or 3. Anyway, we don't use it. There's nothing that the county has any need or anything to go back down that road at all. It's only a 30-foot easement, which is what's stated on your agreement with the state of Colorado, where all of our easements are typically 60 feet, and we have no interest of taking anybody's property. So.
And you know, we've tried to do things, sorry to interrupt, we try to do things to slow them down without speed bumps or like things with too much liability, such as just putting a half gate there, so when they approach it, they have to go slower to go, they don't have to go around it, but they have to slow down to get by it. There has been things that we do on our steps, but people tend to complain and then they get torn down or vandalized. So I think it's more of a deal with us in Colorado State coming together to decide what we can do to limit the factor of liability back there for speeders or people having problems to get back there. But there was never no meeting held for subdivisions to be back there to using that P.2 access, because like we said, the only known easement is for people for lake access only.
Okay. All right. Next. You'll have to come up.
Come to the microphone, sir.
Turn up the volume on the mic, move the mic in front of the person speaking, and everybody speak up, because you guys are having a dialogue up there and we can't hear you.
Okay. And there are also several chairs down here, sir, in the front row. But, okay, anybody else? Come on up, sir.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is True Kirk. True Kirk, can you hear? Okay.
Here we go.
We purchased 210 acres on a road that was part of the Rose Ranch, originally the Rose Ranch. And we got that subdivided into 5 35-acre tracts. We sold all of them except the one that's right out on the road. And we've recently listed that property for sale with Mr. Les Vandenberg, who's in the room with me this morning. Who's attempted to show it. those speed bumps have had a detrimental effect on potential buyers, people that want to go in there and look at it. And so I got a copy of our easement agreement when we purchased the land from Colorado Land Title. And the statement concerning that is, grantors shall not construct or place any buildings, structures, or other improvements, impound any water, or plant any trees or shrubs upon or under the land conveying by these easements, or unreasonably restrict grantors' access from and across the easement. I just tell you that big, deep speed bumps on that is a restriction to the people that live there and that possibly want to sell that. The very fact that there is a conflict between a property owner and somebody that lives back down the road is a very definite, has a detrimental effect to that. Some years ago, you're aware that there was somebody put up a gate, and that may be some of the people that are here today. So Fred Thomas, who was a surveyor, and he surveyed all of our land out into 35-acre tracts. We had him survey that road, and it was his statement, and I still have it written in my file, that easement goes to the fence line on the north. And I'm not a surveyor, so I don't know that, but I just think that because there's been a perpetual conflict between fish and game, and there's getting to be more and more property owners that own part of the Rogues Ranch, and the people that think they own the road is certainly a conflict. I think the county has the right to step in and help us with that issue.
So when you bought your property, sir, does your easement come off of Road 33?
33.
Or does it come off of 35?
33.
And you have a recorded?
Yes.
Because we've not seen any other easements except for the Parks and Wildlife is the only easement that I've seen to any of that property.
On P.2.
On T2, yes.
The easement that we have, the only thing that we have seen is for access to Pewitt Reservoir on P.2 Road. It goes through private property, and it was an easement signed by the landowners and the state of Colorado. Okay. Therefore, meaning that is a private, the private property is still owned by those people. It just gives the state of Colorado the easement to get people from 33 Road to the reservoir.
I can share with you with this. It does specifically say Road 33 and easterly and gives a quarter section. So it's my belief that it does come off Road 33.
Okay.
It's in writing.
And you're saying that the restriction is for, I'd have to look at that
Well,
again.
he has easement off of 33, or from 33 on P.2 to get to the property that he bought. And that would be going through the
And that would be
Lopez property.
granted from the owners?
So did the other owners grant you a right-of-way through their place?
It was a right-of-way insured by Colorado Land Title. And I can share this copy of this easement with you if you'd like for me to.
Okay.
Okay.
You'll just hand it to the clerk.
Yeah.
So, I guess again, I went out and drove it, and there are 2 speed bumps there. but the restriction to the lake is not restricted by any means. So it would not be restricted to your property either. Is it a inconvenience because it slows you down? Probably, but I think that's the whole purpose of that. So here's the problem that we run into on our county roads, is that we do have regulatory signs out there, and we make our roads better. We try to improve them every year, and with that, we constantly get the better the road, the faster the speed. So
Sir,
there's some things here that have been brought to us that obviously we're not going to be able to regulate or dictate. I can just tell you that this is a 30-foot easement between property owners and the state, and in my opinion, the county doesn't have any, this is not within our purview to deal with. I think there are some landowners that all need to get together. If P.2 loop went in and they didn't talk to the landowners on P.2, they probably should have had a discussion.
You know, it's not too late for a discussion. I've been in banking and real estate for most of my life, and the very best thing is to sit down with a cup of coffee across the table,
You're absolutely right.
have a good, congenial, neighborly conversation. I've never thought that it's unreasonable for somebody to want to slow traffic down. We've got other property that is involved with that, and I totally support that. But to put big, deep cross speed, thank you, man, is not in the nature of a congenial coffee break type visit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come forward, sir.
Hi there. Would you like to mask? I'm double dosed. That's okay. I'm double dosed, so Doug is comfortable with me not wearing a mask, and hopefully be able to, everybody can hear me. I want to thank you, first of all, sir, for bringing this up as an agenda item so that this can get a full airing. I very much appreciate that. And
Can you hear, sir?
okay. How's this? Okay. So I was first thanking Chairman Candelaria for making this an agenda item because there's a lot of interest in this. If we could just have a show of hands, how many people are here about P.2? Okay, thank you. I can shed a little bit of insight, I think, onto this. A lot of people have been coming to me ever since I first began to talk about this. And one of the things that I left you folks with when I spoke 2 weeks ago was the idea of cooperation between the county and the state so that we could move from a 1965 era when that first easement discussion was held and our agreement was reached to 2021 and beyond. The first thing is, I think that's important that we have to do, is to understand about easements. Easements, in a sense, are a sale of the rights to use the property. No, one who holds an easement does not acquire the property, but you can use it. And very often then in that easement agreement, you specify how that shall be done. In this case, it's actually a 60-foot wide easement. However, as it was given to the state, and I'm not speaking of wildlife, it's to the state, and then the state delegates what department or agency within the state is going to do this. It was 60 feet wide. They were going to put in the cattle guards, the culverts, and gravel 16 feet wide. That's what that agreement says. And then it also that it applies to the successor parties. So successor agencies of the state, successor buyers of those properties as that whole thing got subdivided down the road, correct? Am I interpreting that correctly generally?
So I'm not looking at the document.
Okay, but I mean general law. General law. So let's take an analogy. A public utility wants to come in and hang power lines. So they buy an easement to go across somebody's property. And in so doing, they may say, as an example, sure, you may have a flower garden underneath those power lines. Not a problem. Anything more, though, you need to ask. So there can be a permitting process back to the holder of the easement when the property owner wants to do something. In this case, I don't know. Did this property owner go to the state and ask, or to wildlife and ask, I would like to put in speed bumps? Adrian?
Remind me your name? Is it
Roy
Roy, thank you.
I'm
We
sorry.
met, yeah.
35561. I neglected that too. P.2 loop.
Yeah, nice to see you again. I guess, again, to answer Roy's question, no, the landowner did not contact us to ask if they could put in. But again, we view that as we don't own the road, and as long as there's access, reasonable access to the reservoir. And again, referencing, we haven't had complaints from recreationists using Pewitt. That is something, we try to be mindful and get ahead of things if there's obvious obstructions like a gate blocking the road, but otherwise we have limited staff, manpower, so we rely on folks reporting things to us. I will also just say, and not to say a different interpretation, but I think the Lopez easement specifically outlines a width as well as cattle guards and the like. The Cornet was, to my reading, a little bit more general. So, again, I don't have it right in front of me, but
I have it right here.
Well,
Okay,
I can tell you this agreement that was just given to us by Mr. Kirk?
Yeah.
Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Kirk, states it's only 30 feet, which is what we've been under the understanding of the entire time. It's only 30 feet. This one here says it was dated in 2004, so therefore, again, it states 30 feet. So.
Could I approach?
Yes, sir.
Here's the 1965 agreement. You can see up here, and I've highlighted 60 feet.
I see 30 feet.
Highlighting down here.
Yeah, but if you read the parties of the first party, it states right there that it's a 30-foot.
This has the actual.
Let me give this to the attorney, because
It's interesting to me that there's two different numbers in there, but right, it does say that the right-of-way for public use is 30 feet, and later on when it talks about, when it describes where the location is, it says the road's not to exceed 60 feet. I mean, I don't want to necessarily give any legal advice on this document, and again, we don't know what was transferred subsequent to this document, so this.
I think all of that changed in '84 again, that document.
Right.
So-
well, and then again in '04.
Right.
But,
So it's a constant change. So
What I haven't seen in all of this is ever was Montezuma County named in any of these easements?
It's named in this one to the extent that the state was supposed to attempt to transfer to.
And we have, do we have any records of that transfer?
It's on the second page.
Okay.
But the transfer has never occurred,
It's never
and
occurred.
with my conversation with Mr. Archuleta,
Actually, to continue my analogy, let me put that there.
Did you want this back? Okay.
To continue the analogy, let's say in the original agreement, sure, you can plant your flower bed under those power lines. But now the person wants to plant a tree. At this point, they should be asking permission. And the power line company says, whoa, we don't want a tree growing up into our power lines. No, permission denied. Now we take it a step further. Person says, well, actually, I don't even like the look of that power pole right in my beautiful scenic view of beautiful Montezuma County. I'm going to take my chainsaw out and cut it down. Does he have a right to? No, because when the easement was granted, it was granted to do these improvements. Such is the case of the road, that this individual has gone out and vandalized a state asset. The money that the state put into this road at any time made it a state asset, which, excuse me, I'm sorry about that.
in this boardroom, that's usually a $50 fine.
And on top of that, it's spam. But the point is, as I was saying, that as a state asset, the individual was not given permission to do anything to that road. And now the question is, what will the state do with an individual who vandalized the state asset? Secondly, who, between that individual and the state, not only are we talking about enforcement, we're talking about restoration. Not to leave speed bumps. The speed bumps, in fact, are recognized by those who do the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices as being bad. And they have several reasons for that. Drivers expect an obstacle-free road, basically. So as the other gentleman was saying earlier, the idea of you warn people before you get there. You highlight them, if you even have them at all. The drivers may lose control. Various light and heavy vehicles react differently. There are actually the very light suspension vehicles. It's actually recommended that they speed up, that they'll get a better ride if they cruise over washboard and some of these things. What about when you have multiple vehicles following one another? The aware driver in the first vehicle comes across this unmarked speed bump, slams on the brakes, and gets hit by the inattentive second driver, rear-end collision. Increased emergency response time. As somebody who was a firefighter for over 40 years, I can tell you that heavy engines, heavy fire engines, that is, carrying a tank full of water, takes a lot to get them going again. So you slowly go over one speed bump. Now you have to accelerate to get to the next speed bump. Slow down again, come to a virtual stop. You have to accelerate again. You are increasing response time drastically. I've also been with ambulances. When you have somebody with a fractured thigh or other bones, but in particular, those are particularly bad, and you're taking them and you take them into the hospital, you need the smoothest road possible. Otherwise, these people are in excruciating pain. So we also have severe stress on the actual, and this is from, as I say, from the people who study this sort of thing, severe stress on the vehicle suspension, so you have damage, loss of control, then you run into the problem of snow plowing, and you ruin whatever was there in the way of the speed bump, not to mention if you have your snow plow actually hit something, an obstruction, that it actually can damage the snow plow itself. Courts have held, and I'm quoting here, courts have held that public entities have been held liable for personal damages because of the results of vehicles getting into accidents on unmarked speed bumps. So there's a whole nother dimension here to all this. So where do we stand? We look at not only the speed bumps, but also the washboarding that has resulted from what this individual has done. And we can go back, though, to
I think I'm gonna stop
Okay.
you right there, because I think here again, I don't want to convolute this. I want to make it very specific. Your
Okay.
concerns right now should be taken up with the state of Colorado, with Mr. Archuleta, because the
Right.
county has no,
Right, or the other people that
Or the
have,
or the other
e-
property
easements
owners,
there,
because
what we do have,
this
right,
is
but what,
not,
yes,
this
sir.
is not a county issue, and I know you guys are bringing it to us to try and make it a county issue. However, if the state wants to contact the county and we come up with something, I believe that's one thing. Right now, we, the county, have no agreements with anybody for anything.
What we do have, sir, is a great opportunity. April 5th, Denver Post, quote, "We have never seen this much money. Nearly $2 billion from the Treasury is going to go to Colorado in the counties, cities, and towns in the next 13 months. This is without parallel. In modern American history, it's more than the New Deal. And that's where communities were getting bankrupted after 4 years of the Depression. It's the American Rescue Plan Act. The state of Colorado is due to get $1.9 trillion. That's restated. That's 1,900 millions of dollars. This is the exact time when we need collaboration between the county and the Department of, the state, let me put it that way. Because if we can look at an access situation as an example with Denver International Airport. 11.1 miles of Pena Boulevard is actually run by the airport. They have their own highway department. Now, is the state ready to do that here? No. But as in Denver, the police department is then paid by the airport to do the patrol. So what I'm saying is the state actually has a road building component, a road building ability. It's called CDOT. They have a state patrol. Do they want to do that? No. But we have the state wildlife area, and the people there do a fine job. I have no problem with that. But when it comes to the allocation of money, the state of Colorado budget does not allow for the proper access to Pewitt. 3 p.m. this past Sunday, I counted 13 carloads of people there, and that wasn't even going up to the overflow parking area that's up there. People are using this. It's not, and we also have, now with respect to Mr. Kirk's situation, we were talking about trying to sell properties. Let's think about this, that eventually if you have to lower your price enough, you can sell anything. And the problem is then the assessed valuation is also going to reflect that lowered price. The lower assessed valuation means fewer taxes coming into the county. So there is a county consequence.
I think that assessed valuation and actual valuation of real estate sold are totally two different things. and
One
they don't
doesn't
really
affect the other?
They don't really cross each other. So assessed valuations are what our assessors do, so don't convolute that either. So again, I think Mr. Kirk has a great idea. I think all of you property owners need to go sit down and have a cup of coffee. You need to sit down with the state of Colorado, and I think you guys need to work this out. Coming to the county right now, I mean, I'm ready to put this to a vote.
Okay, I'd like to
Unless there's
conclude with
anybody
one
else out
last
there that
sentence.
needs to speak.
Wait, this
Actually, one more guy.
May I conclude one last sentence?
You
In
can, and then I've gotta give him
1979,
some time.
in 1979, Egypt and Israel reached a peace agreement. In 2021, we should be able to reach a peace agreement between the city and the county, or excuse me, the county and the state, and thereby be able to go to the state and say, we want this big portion. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity getting this money to do something that would be great for the county. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Frank Lopez. I'm Frank Lopez Sr.'s son. He's the one, my mom and him originated. They're the ones that have the road. Anyway, there was no road there. Because all there was potholes. There's a lot of us know that it was just a bunch of potholes going through a field. So whenever I built my house back there, the yellow house back right before the cattle guard, that's when we came up with this road easement. And without mentioning any names, they were supposed to maintain and take care of not letting people residential go in there. It was only for lake access only. And when I started having a problem with this, when I went back to the lake, and I got kicked away from there. And I just didn't like it. I'm kind of upset about it, really. And I'm just trying to keep my temper down with it. And I know that you guys are property owners, and you wouldn't stand for anybody, trying to take advantage of you. And at first, we were happy with letting people use it, for the lake access only. And then certain people come in there and they just, basically, they act like they own it. And I'm here to state that all it was is a pothole. It was a field. There was never no road going through there. We used that road to go up there because I used to ride my horse back there before there was fences there. And that's telling you how old I've been there for years and years, so I know what's, the land. And that's all I just wanted to state. But I do have all the paperwork stating the original ones, how the road got put in there. The road originally got put in there because that house, I built, and then when I got a divorce from my wife, we had to sell the property. So, and then that's when all this confusion started coming, mainly from
Do you want to leave a copy of that? Or is that, we already have that?
Is this the same one? Yes.
Chairman Candelaria.
This is the original one, and Greg Martin at the time was where he is now. That's the one we spoke. We got numbers on here, the people we were supposed to contact. And we did contact him, but my dad is very ill at the time. He has passed since. And every time we try to contact anybody, we just never got no response.
Okay. I also have a hand raised on our Zoom screen.
I've got one question for Mr. Lopez.
Go ahead, and I'll get to you, Mr. Lee, just as soon as he asks one other question.
Did you know anything about this other easement that comes through there to this other property?
There was never an easement there. All it was is a field.
This states that it comes westerly from County Road 33 to...
Oh, see, when I was a kid, everybody used to use it for a road to go back to Puet Lake. And that's originally why my dad decided to let people have access to the lake only.
But this here is a legal document that says that this gentleman here does have an access from Road 33.
Well, according to my papers,
that it's a 30-foot easement also.
They don't. His papers. I don't know what's going on, because whenever I went down here to get the assessors to get my paperwork and stuff, they had nothing on it. So we had to finally start doing our own paperwork and doing our own paper trail on it and finding out what was going on. But for some reason, it just disappeared. It's vanished.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have one more person on Zoom that I'm going to let speak, and then I'm going to bring it back to the commission for a decision, and we're going to go on. So, Mr. Lee, you are on Zoom if you have your hand raised.
Candelaria, I appreciate this opportunity to speak with the council. As it's clearly been pointed out by Mr. Archuleta, this is an access directly to the lake and from the lake. The speed bumps in question that this is all about are an inconvenience, not an impedance. There is a major difference in those two things. We have tried to work with the HOA, the folks that live on the P2 loop, for several years to respect our property and to kind of slow down, and the best that we get out of them is one finger wave and we'll pray for you. I believe that your road supervisor there has also stated to the fact that the P2 loop residents have their own private access. And with that, in combination of Mr. Archuleta's statement that this easement is direct access, why is it that the P2 loop residents are even complaining about this?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, okay.
Yes, Council. My name is Tara Graff, 33915, County Road P2. I purchased the property about 3 years ago. It was part of the Lopez property at one time. I personally have maintained this the last 3 years in the winter time, all the way to the lake. This winter, I was personally asked by his wife, Mr. Lee's wife, not to plow the snow anymore because there was a berm of snow that got in her driveway that's probably the size of the speed bump or more, and she was very unhappy about it and said, please do not maintain our road anymore. And because of that, it has caused a fuss, and then now we have these speed bumps that they don't mind putting in, but they don't like the snow berms, so it's very confusing to people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, Patty Winger. I am 34886 Road P2 Loop. So we are the most westerly lot on P2 Loop, and we have provided the state and Rogue Ranch both easements. The road P2 Loop goes through our property. The road on the overflow parking lot is part of our property, and the road around the lake is on our property. So I guess my question to this board is, if we are giving to the state, we are giving to Pewitt, we are the first property coming out onto P2. Is the suggestion that we are not allowed to use P2? And then also, obviously, by looking at me, both my husband and myself have had health issues. I broke my back about 6 weeks ago. We have had emergency vehicles to the house twice in March. It was the morning that my husband, after I got home, had to go to the emergency room again and counted the speed bumps in the dark at 5 o'clock in the morning with no warning. So while the road may not have 20 speed bumps right now, it might have the 2. It is in deplorable condition because of how it was pulled together and then disassembled. I can't go down that road. Are you suggesting to me that if I have issues that I need the health or the ambulance or fire department, that they should go around because we don't want to poke the bear, Mr. Lee? The other question I would like to know is who does have jurisdiction for the overflow parking lot? Because that is not being used by fishermen. And this is the time of year, every night there are people up there. Who do I call? If it's 911, I will be calling 911 every day.
I think, Mr. Archuleta, I'm going to you're talking about things that are going around the lake, and obviously we as the county have no, we have no jurisdiction over the lake or what was signed with the CPW. So I will defer to Mr. Archuleta for the answers to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Candelaria. Yeah, if it's in that public right-of-way, which is 30 feet from the high water line, my understanding from the boat ramp south around the reservoir, which does include what's referenced as an old campground and overflow parking, then we have an on-call officer. Dispatch is the best number to reach, whether that's Montezuma County. We're dispatched through Colorado State Patrol. If it's an emergency, we have an officer on call 24/7. We work closely with the county, State Patrol, so we can respond. If it's folks that are just in there, parking, again, what's the issue? But we're available, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the commission. Gentlemen, questions or comments or more discussion?
Well, I don't feel the county has any jurisdiction over this road whatsoever. It's between the landowners. And I don't know that anybody that lives on the P.2 loop has a legal access to use P.2. So that would be a question for John, I guess, because they're...
Or it would be a question between them and...
Between the landowners, yes.
To work out. I don't know that, a lot of these questions are, are you suggesting to me, or what are you telling me to do? We're not trying to do anything, we're not doing anything.
We're not. I think the only thing that has come to us 2 weeks ago was basically, would the county do anything to take it over from Mr. Ray or Roy? Sorry, what he had asked, and we took it under advisement. We've looked at all of the easements, and I really like what Mr. True Kirk has to say. Is I don't think all of you people have sat down and had a cup of coffee together to figure out what you need to do or not to do, but that you're pulling government into all of your lives to try and solve a situation that could be truly solved by yourselves. This easement is with the state of Colorado. Mr. Archuleta responded to my emails, to my phone calls immediately, and I think if you guys have a situation, get together as a group and sit down and try and figure this out. But if the state of Colorado makes that road better, you are going to increase the speeds. We do it with every one of our county roads, and every time we make it better, it's increased. So if you don't have an agreement between the landowners, who maintains the road, who doesn't maintain the roads, that's probably something you ought to discuss and put into place so that you don't have this kind of frustration between owners. To me, this is a simple situation of sit down, you are landowners, figure it out. But we have a 30-foot easement, and right now I can tell you the county doesn't need another mouth to feed on P.2. And that's just one commissioner speaking. So we're done with comment right now. I hope you can hear me, sir. I'm talking loudly into my mic. And
right. I mean, for the county to assert itself into these easements would basically violate a lot of property rights without you folks being in agreement. And we're not prepared to do that by any means. This is your property, and not anywhere near Montezuma County right of way.
So we do work with the state. If Mr. Archuleta wants to come back and talk to us to look at something, we are obviously open to that. But right now, I think it's a situation between the state of Colorado and all of you property owners on P.2 and P.2 loop. Go sit down and have a cup of coffee together and go try to figure it out. So If you want to come up, sir, you want to come to the front. Can't hear you.
My name is Art Sharrow. I live on 34958 P2 Loop. I live in Montezuma County, and that's the address is Mancos, Colorado, 81328. One of the basic assumptions that you're assuming is at play here is that these are all reasonable people who live along P2. That's not the case. When you have from one year to the next, you have speed bumps go from 1 to 19 or 20, you've got a problem. There was no consultation with authorities. There was no consultation with other homeowners. It just happened. So when it happened, I was notified, I was told, and I thought, oh my God, we have to do something. So I called state police. This is really curious. State police said, we have no jurisdiction. So you have to talk to the people to whom the easement was granted, Parks and Wildlife. I called Parks and Wildlife and I spoke to Officer DeBerge, who probably spoke to you. And she said, we had very long conversations with state police, with Sergeant Lyons, DeBerge with Parks and Wildlife. They said, we have no jurisdiction. We only handle things that involve violations of the recreational issues. I called county sheriff's office. They said, we have no jurisdiction. Ladies and gentlemen, when this whole thing goes south, because we don't have all the people along P2 are not reasonable, and there's a major incident involving criminal activity, the result is not going to pass the laugh test. And the newspapers, the media, is going to ultimately get around to me, and I'm going to tell them exactly what I'm telling you. This is not, Roy very aptly pointed out, easements, maintenance, what the hell do we do? We have individuals doing things on easements that they shouldn't be doing. I'm telling you, these are not reasonable people. There's going to be a horrible incident, and all of you guys and all of the law enforcement from the various entities are going to get skewered. I'm going to make damn sure of that. And you now have the opportunity to say, this is not just about maintenance. This is about ownership, managing the activities along an easement to ensure that everybody is able to use the Pewitt Reservoir for recreational purposes and not have to endure behavior by individuals who are not entirely rational. Thank you.
And if I could just add,
Thank you.
commissioners, that it sounds like what I'm hearing is that there's a disagreement. Some people think this is vandalism. Some people think it's not vandalism, and they want the speed bumps there. Many people don't want the speed bumps there. It sounds like that they have a disagreement, and it is between private property owners, and there is a court of law as well. Right, and so perhaps if the Department of Wildlife or Colorado Parks and Wildlife doesn't have an issue with the speed bumps, as long as they feel like they have reasonable access, and some of the property owners feel the same, but many of the property owners disagree with that. If they can't all sit down and get together and work it out, then there is a court of law for them to try to resolve that in, rather than making threats towards a bunch of agencies. I think that's probably a better avenue, is to speak with legal counsel and pursue it in a court of law.
So we're done, ma'am. We're gonna make a decision on this. We're gonna go forward. We've got a lot on our agenda, and we're gonna stop this. Basically, what we have come under is that this is an agreement between the state of Colorado, And as our attorney just said, there is another legal way for you guys to get through this if that's what you choose to do. However, as Montezuma County, we have no right to that easement. That's through the state. If the state then approaches us, then we have a different issue on our plate. So gentlemen, with that, it's almost 10:30 and I'm going to shut this off. I think our statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Montezuma County has no jurisdiction or assertment to P.2 road. Is that what you're saying? Assertion. So we're
But we have county-labeled roads that are going south of P.2, have nothing to do with the easement. They are landlocked. There is no other way for them to get out except P.2.
I didn't say that people can't use P.2. I said that's an issue between the state of Colorado, CPW, and those people. We are the county, and it does not. We are not asserting anything on P.2 road. That's it. For us, it's very simple.
Can you approach them, because the agreement that the Lopez's have from 1997 says explicitly that the state shall immediately repair and restore any damage. I have pictures from this the other evening.
Okay,
Again, that's an issue between CPW and you all, not us as the county. Mr. Archuleta is right here. I'm sure he has a card. Please sit down with him. Please work that first where your easements are signed, and that's where it should go. And or
Who enforces the easement?
it is up to the CPW and the landowners.
Yeah. Who enforces between the Lopez's where the 97 agreement says because from 65 things haven't been taken
You're talking, okay, so
You're talking stuff that belongs in a
You're
court of
talking
law.
civil action that we have no jurisdiction as a BOCC. We deal with roads.
So you're
So
not going to look after the interests of the people of everybody who has to come through P.2.
It sounds like you all have different interests, and you need to.
It sounds like anybody that bought property on the P.2 loop, their access is off of 35. They don't have an access through the other property.
Goes south, and then there's endpoint something or another. These are people
Okay.
who their only access is on P.2. They don't have an easement.
okay, we are done. A decision has been made. Gentlemen, please get with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and if not, you're going to have to go into a civil action. Thank you for your time. All right, next we're going to go on with our meeting, and we're going to go into our road and bridge.
Thank you, guys.
Nice to meet you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Got it. Yep. She's just trying to get me in trouble.
If I could ask you people to go ahead and step outside, we're going to continue our meeting. Okay, Rob.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are we going to talk about more roads?
A different road. So this morning, I would like to visit with you about the proposal that I've put together to take advantage of some savings on our original paving contract estimate. We show a savings of about $230,000, and I would like to do a change order to apply that to Road Nancy from 145 to Road 29. Also, it's came to my attention through some conversations that there might be possibly some grant money available to add to this paving operation. If it is, I would like to also apply some of that to Road 29 from where we were going to end on the original contract on up north to 184.
Correct, and we had obviously discussed this in our workshop yesterday. So what we had discussed is basically to finish the 2.3 miles or plus or minus right there, to finish County Road 29 all of the way up to 184, which is what's presented here, which falls underneath the $300,000 that we had slated for fiber. With the ARP money, the American Rescue Plan money, the big chunks of those are for fiber. So, like I said, I'd like to take credit for this, but I can't. Shaq and Fader are the ones that were actually saying that we could, reallocate that money. So it then does tie, 29 is now paved all the way from 160 to 184. Mildred is paved all the way out to where it intersects at P?
29.
Or 20, yeah. And then Lebanon was finished a couple years ago, and we have Oak Street finished all the way down to the landfill. So I think it ties everything together, and then the money, as he shows here, the allocation, then we can actually chip seal the 20.1 or.
Yeah, it doesn't show on this, Commissioner, but that is true. What the money that was allocated to chip seal Road 29 on up to 184 would then be moved to another location, which we discussed on a different road yesterday, which is perfectly acceptable to the road department. So.
Right, which, I'm sorry, yeah, it was on the first page. It says
right, this is
on
just a change order here, yes.
3 loop, which then satisfies what was brought to us, I think it was either in late January or February. To get that, then we have every access point, I believe, from the city to the county as a hard surface. So that's a quick synopsis of that. Anything else you'd like to add?
So based on what I brought you this morning is we do have a signed agreement or contract with Four Corners Materials to do the original 8.5 miles as allocated this year, and that was Road G and Road 29, excuse me, for a total of $941,989, which was approved by the board a month ago, I suppose. So in that time frame, we took those savings now, and we're approaching you now with a change order number 1 to that contract. And that is a total of $506,638.20, using the same pricing that we received on the original contract. This allows us to do this without advertising again. So.
Okay.
So that was what I need approval on this morning, is to proceed if that's what the board so chooses.
We approve change order number 1.
I'll second it.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to approve change order number 1 in the amount of $506,638.20 for the Road and Bridge Department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Easy says, easy does. Good.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Rob. All right, next we're going to come up with the county operations or IT department.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'll make this really short. I only have really two things. One is I wanted to update you on the wireless at the fairgrounds. I got approached about, I want to say a month ago or so from the rodeo, the Ute Mountain Ute Rodeo, and they want to stream that to live TV. And there was some really serious issues about how they're going to pull this off because of the bandwidth needed to upload. So we solved the issue. We went out there this last 2 weeks, and we've got wireless pretty much flooding the fairgrounds now with 300 by 300. So 300 meg down, 300 meg up. Plus it'll help us out for like when they start having more shows, Home and Garden, Ag Expo, that kind of stuff. So just letting you know that that's all been resolved and it's done. So that's a good deal. And they're gonna.
Good.
How big is 300, Jim? I'm not that savvy on.
That's really good.
What do we have here?
Here in this building,
Right.
1 by 1, gig by gig.
It's about 3% better than 297.
Got it.
So
It's a little bit slower than here, but it sounds like it's good. It's sufficient.
out there. Well, the wireless we put in is capable of gig, but I'm only sending 500 meg out to the fairgrounds, so we can only pick up what we can send. So that's always a little shaky anyway when you're starting to deal with wireless. You're never going to get that, especially when you're trying lots of things connecting. But all they really needed was 40 meg to have a nice consistent upload for their TV stream. So we're covered.
Is that going to work when, say, 150 people in the stands are also connected to the wireless?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I've separated the two.
Well,
So-
you got to keep them separated.
So the people that are going to do the streaming will, they'll have their own little private network they'll be able to do it over. So it's all good. And then a fiber update, just keep you guys in the loop on what's going on with the fiber project. Obviously, I meet every Monday morning with the contractors to go over see where we're at. Monday, they picked construction back up, and they pretty much figured they'll be done with all the construction in about a week and a half, which is way ahead of schedule. The only thing holding us up now is going to be materials. We're running into a little bit of a snag getting handholds and stuff, but the handholds can be set back in after the fact. It's not like we're going to be at a dead stop for it. And then I was I got with the engineers at Love's and got a location for where they want the fiber to go into their building at, so we've got that ready to go. And the pad for the hut down on G2 is done, and Mike Roscoe got that pad built, although the county's not doing that. That's a private company putting in the hut, but it's kind of their donation to the cause to make all this work. And that's about it with it. So, other than the the easement agreement that I gave you gentlemen yesterday.
Oh, there's no problem with that.
It's a pretty straightforward, I guess it just came down to what is fair to offer these. The private landowners have already allowed us to do this. This is my way of coming back saying we have to give them something, because we don't want to get ourselves in a situation where the handhold's there, and then they go, oh, well, we sold that property and they don't want you to be on here anymore.
Right. Well, when it's our easement through their property, we want it documented. Yes.
And I would like to approach them in person with these and have them sign them and make sure. I just want to know what you guys want to give them in return for the easement. I can tell you that the city of Cortez, when they do an easement agreement, they give them a one-time $10 payment for easement, which seems to me a little low.
Oh, I thought it was high.
But I don't know. I mean, this is us. Maybe Rob left. I don't know what's fair.
Well, this basically gives them access to all of the fiber through the handhold. So I think, when do you need this, Jim? When do you need a decision made on
Well,
this?
I don't need it per se like a timeline, but I would like to get it in place just to make sure that
by
we're
next
above
week?
board and transparent and,
So
yeah,
by
next week would
we
be
can
fine.
have a little further discussion with John and.
I hope we haven't put the cart before the horse in this deal. This should have been done before we.
Well, I understand that,
We
but
don't get somebody to sign now, then.
I was scared and thought about the road to nowhere in Durango.
Yeah.
But we should get it documented and.
Yes.
I absolutely agree. I dropped the ball on that one. I didn't even think about the
So
easement thing.
I'd like to make a request. If we end up with a road to nowhere scenario, I also want a rock kebab at the intersection,
That seems fair.
whichever one.
The difference between, I think personally, between this scenario and some others is every single one of these landowners want internet, and every single one of them know what this is doing for them. So that's, some of them have even said, I don't care if you bore underneath my building, just get me some internet. That is
So
really
it
what.
sounds like they're all in favor of it.
Right.
So I would say get these done sooner than later.
Yeah.
And if you're asking us for a number, you look at the number of what you have in your contract, that's the number you have to work with, and not a penny over.
I know that too.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, they're getting their fiber, so I would think that would be.
right, I think the $10.
And maybe
would be
that is
reasonable.
it, right? Maybe there is no compensation, it's just now you have access to.
I think that's the bigger deal, is
Yes.
that we have now made something available for you.
Maybe that's how we word it then, just,
That can be the value that was exchanged to say.
Because that is a huge value.
it is a huge value.
So as long, if you're okay with that, John, we make that language read that way, and then I think you go get it signed, and I think we're good.
So if I just take that out and call that good?
Get with John.
Okay, perfect,
We'll tweak it.
perfect. Other than that, everybody's pretty happy down there. They're really excited about the opportunities. And they've already, I think 3 of them have already paid to have their own fiber board from the handhold
Right, that's the value they're getting.
in anticipation of getting this done. So
I wasn't trying to deprive them of $10.
I am just telling you what I know. Yeah. Any other questions on that?
Nope.
I mean, it's,
Get with John, get it tweaked, and get it signed.
we'll do it.
Okay,
I got to see that stuff all done too.
okay.
So we should be golden there, and I have a meeting with them on Wednesday over the NEPA study. That could or could not still hang us up, but I don't think it's going to. We found a way around most of that, so
All right,
all good.
very good.
Thank you.
That's it?
What?
That's all you have?
That's it. I told you I was gonna keep it short.
Okay.
I'm busy.
Thank you.
I got things to do.
All right. Next, we have our county vehicle maintenance. Mr. Higman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or is it afternoon now?
No, it's still morning.
It's morning somewhere.
Did you have
Um,
comments on 3.2 for us?
Yeah, no, nothing. Never even been to the lake.
I never tried out there my whole life, but I did drive out there the other day just to.
We won't be using it, won't be seeing the speed bumps. So I guess, did you get the second one that I got sent to you?
I knew it was there.
Okay.
Is
that's all
this
right.
not the second one?
No, but
I'm
it'll
sure I've
work.
got the second one, so give me just a second.
I took that to Rob, and he changed things. And I know he's not back to the office watching this yet, so I can say that. If not, the first one will work, Shaq. I can work off of it. Here we go. All right, I got bids in somewhat. This year is a disaster to bid vehicles. They cut off all 2021s already. Basically, middle of January, early February, they cut off all 2021 models for fleet. So now we're running off of 2021 bids that will possibly have up to a 3% increase when 2022 units are available. The only problem is we have to jump on board because we'll never get vehicles if we don't get on the list to buy the vehicles. The lists are growing tremendously for the 2022 models, and units are just not coming in. So
You can tell that by looking at their lots.
yeah, and I had an issue with people even bidding this year because they said, we don't even want to deal with the fleet aspect of things because they don't make the markup they make on personal vehicles. So, like Keach, they just said, we're opting out this year, and so it was a struggle to even get bids. But
So did this go through the GSA? Was this?
Put this on GovSpend, and I didn't get one return.
So then these are all
These are all local dealers that I reached out to personally.
that gave us prices. So through the GSA, we don't have any, there's
Nothing.
nobody bidding anything for the state bid this year?
The state bid was there for the state of Colorado, and that's what these are all based off of. But even the state of Colorado, they must have known that ahead of time, and they got all their 2021 models in. So the state of Colorado were all 2021 models, but all that is cut off. You can't even order a 2021 model
So
anymore.
it's now to the 2022.
Correct. Welcome to the struggle I've had for the last month or two here. But here's the numbers we have, and even realistically, even if they go up 3%, it's not going to change who won the bid.
It's only gonna make a $700 or $800 difference on.
Correct, yeah,
3% on this.
$800 to $1,000 difference, and none of them are close enough to even be that.
$780 or something.
Probably 3% on the 36,000.
On 36,000, yeah.
So you're 37.
But if you figure the bids he's picked at 28,000, 28,000, the most it's gonna go up is about $800, so.
Okay. Here again.
This is the best I can do.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
You know
looking
what?
at your bids, and everything makes sense except the responder.
Correct. So the responder, Jim would know this, we've had this issue throughout the years. The sheriff wants to run all Fords, which I did the numbers last year, and the Fords do get a lot better fuel mileage. So in 100,000 miles, there's around, if you figure $3 a gallon, there's around $3,000 of savings with the Fords. Plus, since 2016, the sheriff's done all Fords. So within the next year, we'll have to start swapping out those 2016s. They're starting to get high enough mileage, we'll have to swap them out. So the equipment out of the 2016s will still fit the 2022s.
Okay.
So there'll be a huge savings on the upfit of the vehicle.
Right.
When it comes to
That was the big part of the conversation that we had when I first started.
it's around 10,000 to
There's
upfit
a
one
lot
of
of
those.
money that we take off of those units, put right back into them if it goes from a Dodge to a Chevy to a Ford to a Tahoe. They're
don't
not
fit.
compatible.
Yeah.
And the
Fit.
upfit of a police vehicle is a tricky situation anyway. It just, if we can use the stuff off the 2016s, if that got new equipment in 2016, where there's a few of them that didn't, so we'll still have to get new equipment. But if it got new equipment in 2016, we'll still be able to use it on a 2022 or a 2020, hopefully 2023. You never know when they're gonna up and just change the whole body style, but right now it's gonna work. So that's why you see the Ford there, which is the highest, but with the fuel cost and being able to switch those equipment over, that's the sheriff's
And
argument.
just so the commissioners are aware, we put money in the capital budget to replace the vehicles, but any of the accessories comes out of that department's budget and not out of the vehicle
Correct.
replacement budget.
Correct. So what we started 2 years ago, Shaq, we realized that when Shane started taking this over, that we had a deficiency, and we allocated $300,000 per year into capital so that we could start upgrading the fleet. And then he came up with a $150,000 or
15 year,
15 years
150,000.
then they would be out of the fleet. So.
And that's working pretty decent. Like I said last month, we're not there yet because there was a huge deficit. So it's going to take some years to get caught up. But once we do, we'll be able to stick with that plan. And realistically, the 300,000 after the first initial, say, 5 years, we'll be able to drop to a lower amount because we won't be having to swap as many vehicles per year. But to keep up, we just have to do that. And then these are my bids, and this is everything except for one unit that I needed to see John about the contract with Dolores, the town of Dolores. We need to look at that because what I would like to do is keep these SSVs are $36,000 plus a $10,000 upfit. So we're looking at almost $50,000, $46,000 to have an SSV. And the Dolores buys a unit every 3 years and it's fully set up. Lights, it's a patrol unit. And so what I would like to do is buy them one of these half-ton Dodge pickups for that 20-some thousand, 26,000, and keep their unit in the fleet. And we've been talking to the town manager about this, and I talked to the maintenance department where the used pickup would go, and they were okay with this, but we need to figure out in their contract if everything we're going to do is
So
up
if
to
they
par.
okay it, we can add a little addendum.
Okay.
To do exactly what you're suggesting. We should do that in writing, so their council should vote on it and say, yes, that's cool.
Okay.
But let's approach them, either you or me and you will approach either their town manager or their attorney and
okay.
ask them to approve it.
Okay.
And then we can just add that, just so we're covered if they ever say we're in violation of what we've already agreed to.
Okay. And that would just be gaining us, their unit is a 2018 SSV, so fully equipped. So that would be gaining us one more upgraded vehicle in the sheriff's department because it only has 40,000 miles right now.
For a patrol vehicle.
For a patrol vehicle. Right. Switch that over to the patrol fleet and get them a half-ton, four-door pickup that
goes to
they
their
can
maintenance.
Use. Yes. And the SSV units are really not that good for
maintenance.
Using as a normal pickup anyway. They have no center consoles. Most of them don't have back seats. The back seats are covered. They have no door panels, no handles, it costs $1,500 to make an SSV actually functioning as a normal unit. They don't work very well. But these are going back to the bids. This is the bids I got, and with even the 3% increase, I can bring you guys actual numbers with next month, but we need to get on the list to get these things purchased. And I don't think it's not going to change what unit we're going to purchase, the 3%, because there's nothing that's close to the 3% that would change that.
I move we approve the 2021 fleet replacement bids.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the 2021 fleet replacement bids and to get on the list. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Well, the other thing is the farm auction's coming up here towards the end of the month. Everybody knows that. And we have every year taken vehicles out there. It's just an easy way to not have to deal with. It takes a lot less time to just take them over there, let them deal with the auctioning, and then go over and pick up a check from them. So there's 5 units that I'd like to take over there this year. And there'll be more towards the end of the year, but we'll deal with that on public surplus or any other means. But there is 5 units over there that I would like to take over to this farm auction.
How have we been doing on public surplus? Because the items that I've seen have, actually done pretty good between the fairgrounds and what you guys have.
Realistically, the public surplus, and from the 2 years I've been doing this, public surplus on the vehicle wise, public surplus and the SUCLA auction run hand in hand on how much we get back. Now, when it comes to things like we put the big
The specialty items.
Yeah, the specialty items, I have some of those that I won't even think about taking to the auction. It's just, they don't sell. I know what sells over there and what doesn't. We have a tire machine that I know will do better on public surplus and it'll get out there more. And we just have some things around that I know won't go to that auction. It would pull better money. But the vehicles historically have pulled the same money from both places. So, and public surplus takes, it's convenient, but it takes 2 or 3 months for them to get you a check. And there's a lot of things you have to go through to use their site. It's not as easy as just put it on there and things flow, but.
You gentlemen want to let him, I recommend, we've done it every year.
No, I think that's a good place for those vehicles.
Yes. To take those and we keep our specialty items going out to public surplus.
Okay. Well, I will get those vehicles. I'll get our spot in line online on the vehicle, and I hope to see them late summer for those new units, and then we'll have to equip some.
No.
No, for the auction.
And then I'll have to get with John on
We're not spending.
the city manager
Yeah.
thing. And then I'll probably come to you guys next month to get the okay on that, buying that unit. But.
Okay. Just call me or email me. We can
Okay.
do it whenever you want.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next we have Mike Chenard with Buildings and Grounds Maintenance.
Good morning.
Mike.
Good morning.
Okay, I just got a couple questions on bids for the air conditioning replacement at the jail. I received a bid, and I have talked to, what the hell is his name? Ron Miller. I've been playing phone tag with him for a month. Haven't heard nothing. The last message I told him to call my cell phone instead of my office phone because I'm not in the office that often, and I haven't heard from him since.
Okay.
So these bids are 30 days. It's going to take a long time to get air conditioning units because of COVID. So I only got one bid for that. I mean, do we go with that bid, or what do you want to do?
If only one bid came in.
Yeah.
That's all we can.
If we solicited multiple bidders and
How did we advertise it?
We don't. I just call people. There's not that many people that bid on this stuff. Comfort Air will not bid on this stuff anymore. I've called them 5 times on replacing units, and I talked to Kevin, and he will not return my call. He's not interested in bidding, and this is the only guy we can get to bid.
Maybe just document that who you've called in the past and why we probably should document that, why we didn't advertise it or publish it. If it's single source and we have experience and we'd be wasting our time, and if it makes sense what you're doing and it's efficient, just document that somehow.
Okay, I can do that. Okay, then on the bid for the flooring for the 3 buildings, I got a bid from High Tech Floors, and then Dennis Geeser called you about the bid. So I've got all his quotes here. I whited out what his amount was, so I can give Dennis this, so he can bid exactly what we're doing.
I think his question was, when you bid items, it makes it so that it's apples per apples, is like you can't just walk in and say, and I'll try to make this as close as possible, but carpets have different ounces. Vinyl planking has different
Right.
manufacturers. So when we ask X, Y, and Z to just give me a bid, we're not specifying what weights, what ounces. That way we're getting bids that are not comparable. So it was really the bidding process, which is what, when we go back and look at our new procurement policy, I mean, and I'm not saying you haven't done a good job, Mike, I'm just saying that, are we being consistent specifically with the new procurement policy, and we should know what we're accepting every time we put something out for bid.
Right.
So if it's specified and they're all bidding the same thing, I have no issues with it at all, because we have a procurement policy that we just accepted that we need to follow.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So are you okay with me?
Sole sourcing, I don't think anywhere in there, unless we've gone through the sole sourcing, if you read that portion of that policy states what we have to do for sole sourcing.
Okay.
So we just put that policy in place. I think that we should start, everybody should start maintaining it. If it has to go out and be on an RFP or an and I know you may only get one bid. But at that point in time, somebody's going to come back to us. I mean, we're seeing it all the time. It's like, hey, that wasn't apples for apples. We didn't get the opportunity, and then we have to deal with a whole nother room full of people. So if we do it consistent and we follow our new policy that has just been put in place, I think that's what we have to do.
So are you okay with me giving these quotes to Dennis to bid off these quotes, but it says exactly what we're gonna put in there?
I think that it should be done on an absolute RFP, and it should be advertised, and then you see what you get.
So you want?
That's just one opinion. I mean, I think we should be.
We don't want somebody bidding us a Volkswagen and somebody else a Cadillac.
Well, I understand that, but Dennis's biggest concern was,
His biggest concern was the unforeseen, which was the floor prep.
Right.
So when I talked to Shaq, I said, when we developed the RFP,
Put a force account.
you put a force account in there, just like is done in the construction industry, where you don't know what you're going to pull up until you actually pull it up. At that point in time, then you get to make the determination with the contractor, and you have money set aside, because that's a guess.
You
Okay,
want
now the
to,
other
do you
thing I
want a
did
not to
bid-
exceed amount on that?
So, correct. So we know what we have in the budget to replace it. We put a not to exceed amount on it. And then we ask them to replace the carpet, the planking, or whatever kind of flooring it is.
Right.
And then we put the floor prep as a separate item that we,
now the other guy that bid this, the floor prep's in his quote. It's all in his quote. That's what Dennis had a problem with.
I understand that, but I'm gonna go right back to the roof situation that we had.
Oh, yeah.
One
I
guy
understand.
had it in there, the other guy said he didn't because it wasn't needed. And then we ended up with a whole mess.
Well,
So,
actually, we went to almost the highest bidder to do
If
the
we,
roofs.
if we
because
go back to the RFP process, which, I mean, we put the procurement policy was brought to us for a reason.
Okay, all right.
So I guess, I think, I don't know who does I'm not trying to make your job harder, but I think it needs to be consistent with that policy that we all signed on. We all sat in this room, all the department heads, everybody went over it, everybody spoke their minds of what they wanted.
Mhm.
And that's the policy that we agreed on.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, then I got a question about, I know Road and Bridges, they use one contractor for everything. They don't bid out nothing.
Actually, that's not true.
Who else bids it then?
They just bid the road projects and they had two bidders.
No, I'm not talking road projects. I'm talking remodels. He uses Cruzan Construction for everything. He never has to take another bid. He exclusively uses, and I've got to take 2 or 3 bids.
That hasn't been brought to our attention.
Well, I'm
What
bringing it
is-
to you now.
Okay, so, under the new policy, so I'm not talking about what's happened in the past.
No, this just happened. They're doing one right now, a remodel.
I don't know.
What are they remodeling?
Remodels.
They're adding a welding shop to their current shop. And that's being done right now.
Didn't come to me.
I can't speak about things I don't know.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I've got to get 2 or 3 bids and RFP and all that stuff, but they don't have to. I don't understand
I don't
that.
think that's correct. I think under the RFP, if it's under those dollar amounts, if it was under $5,000, I don't have it in front of me, but when we read that, then it's up to the discretion of
Right.
the department head. Go ahead. Do it. Is this over $5,000?
Oh, yeah, the air conditioning will
Okay,
be,
then that's what I'm saying. The policy then states that you have to go out to an RFP. If it's under $5,000, go get it replaced.
but the RFP, that's just for maintenance, it's not for road and bridges.
It is for everybody. That policy was applicable to everybody within the county.
That's correct, and I don't know anything
We'll
about.
have to look into that.
I don't know anything about
Nobody
adding
knows
an
anything
additional
about it,
shop.
So,
Yeah, and if Shaq doesn't know about it, I guarantee you, we don't know about it.
Yeah, so we'll find out what's
Okay.
going on there.
So-
Alrighty. Well, that's all I've got then.
Is all I'm saying is that if we just adopted a policy, we probably should start following it.
Now, I haven't got a copy of the new policy. I know you guys were gonna change it last time we had our meeting.
We sent it out, everybody should have it in your email. If
I
not,
didn't
I'll
get-
I'll
I didn't get
resend
one.
it to you.
Okay, all right, that's all I've got then. Okay,
And we'll definitely look into that, Mike.
okay.
But now if it falls under that dollar amount, then that's up to the department head. You can do it. I'm not asking you, so if we told you to go down and replace those 2 hydrants outside, that's gonna be way under $5,000. Pick a plumber, go get it done.
Right.
We're not saying your day-to-day maintenance items, but under that policy, if it's over that maximum, then it should,
Okay,
because
All right.
everybody agreed on the numbers. Everybody was in this room.
right. That's, okay, that's fine. All right, well, thank you.
Okay, so we gotta check. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Doug Roth and Rachel Medina.
Rachel, are you smiling under that mask? Because we haven't seen a smiling face all day.
It hides my nose.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
You're too
This should
young to be
short.
tired.
What?
You're too young to be tired.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'll start with my topic here. We've had a pretty busy month, but I was just going to talk about one thing that has been a long time coming, is that we were approached by the state, the CB, back in 2017 about participating in a possible LiDAR project. And at that time, we went to the commissioners and asked if we could earmark $15,000 for this project, and as a letter of interest, and said, let us know, we can budget that for fiscal year 2018, and we never heard back from them. And that was a kind of a letter of commitment. We never actually fully budgeted this. The project went through anyway. Eventually, it took a long time, but what we do have, and this was a project, the state was involved, the NRCS was involved. It was completed based on a $3.4 million FEMA grant project for LiDAR. USGS is also involved, and what they do, you can go to just slide number 1 there, Shaq, for me. The first page. So what this is the USGS has a program for new elevation data for the entire country, and so they were able to provide funding to get LiDAR. The reason this is important to us is because LiDAR can do a lot of different things for us. It can do floodplain mapping. You can do engineering studies. For instance, the county, Montezuma County, our history, the only time we've actually paid for elevation topographic data was up the Dolores River Valley back in about 2002, and we paid, it was on the order of, that project was on the order of $200,000 for just the river valley for 2-foot contours. Very expensive data to collect. This data is now released. We've downloaded, it's about 1.5 terabytes worth of data that we can utilize, and we're willing to contribute to this project. It it happened anyway, and now we're the recipient of this data set, which is phenomenal, because for Montezuma County, it would have cost probably $750,000 to collect this data. So it is really an outstanding product. We're in the stages of figuring out how we can process this into the most useful product for individuals, all the way to individual property owners. If you look on our current mapping website, it has 5-foot contours on it. This data, what we're probably going to do is generate 2-foot contours out of it. Its spec is good enough to produce 1-foot contours out of it. It's really phenomenal. It's almost, end of game kind of accuracy. It's that good. You really almost can't get any better. If you go to that slide there, this is the area, the Southwest Colorado area that was collected. So you can see, fortunately, Dolores County was included in this, and we'll reach out to them and provide them with the data once we get it sorted out. And interestingly, and I've yet to make a contact about it, is that the data is available on public mapping servers. And even though the area of interest included the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and the Southern Ute tribe, they did not put that on the servers to make it publicly available. For some reason, they pulled that off. I'm gonna see if we can get that data set for that southern third of our county, because we do, whenever we can, provide data services to the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, Choyak area, emergency maps, what have you. We would do that, and we certainly would provide that data to them if it would be an assistance to them. Bottom line is, and then I do have just a couple samples of what this looks like. So we just downloaded this a couple weeks ago, and it's a large data set to go through. But if you look at the next slide, there's Shack. This is where 491 and the entrance to the Empire Electric facility is, and L.4. And then, so you can't really see much there. That's an aerial image. If you go to the next slide there, then you can start to see the topographic relief of that. This is just extremely detailed data. If you go to the next slide, you can see our combined courts facility up there north of Empire Street. That's the last slide I have on that.
Wow.
And so you can see the drainage patterns, everything that was, the earthwork that was done, the road alignment, the bar ditches, you name it. This is just, it's going to take a while for us to go through, but this is a huge boon to have that data, because it's not a data set I would ever come to the commissioner and say, you need to give me $750,000 so I can collect this. But it can also affect what, for instance, we've never had fantastic elevation data for the Mancus area. If they were going to do a detailed floodplain study, and I don't know if James Dietrich has talked to you about that, but the state is working on updating some of their floodplain mapping. Fortunately, the Dolores River Valley floodplain mapping is really good, because we did collect that data back in 2002, and this really allows us to do that countywide, a number of different uses. And LiDAR is pretty interesting in that it has different returns. So your first return is going to be your treetops, then your second one might be your grasses, and your third is going to be your bare ground. So you can actually do vegetation volumetric studies off of this data, because you kind of see what's between the bare earth and the top of your trees. So I don't know if the Forest Service is going to use this at all, but that's really what I have. We'll work through it, and we'll try and get this data out to anybody who can use it.
Just curious, that intersection there of Driscoll and Park, that circle inside that depression?
Yeah.
What is that?
Good question.
That could be, so that's probably a detention pond. With inside that circle, there could be a overflow where it goes into a
Stormwater.
pipe, where there would be a
Okay.
concrete vat or a casting that once the water gets so high, it can go into that overflow and out through a pipe, which is kind of what it looks like to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is a detention pond for the property.
Yeah, it must
And
be.
with inside the city of Cortez, we have to have a detention pond to control our runoff water.
Yeah, it must be a collection within that larger detention pond or something like that.
Right. So if we got there and look inside of it, there's probably a concrete structure.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of there,
Pulls the
there's a
water under the
pipe.
road and-
Yep.
Yeah.
Into a controlled area.
So, to us, we'll take any data we can get, and this was kind of an unobtainable data set before, before they got involved and it was provided to us, so we're happy to have it.
Then I have one other way out there question. I see that weather people are having trouble finding a site for their radar. Is there any possibility we capture that in this county? Is there a spot for it? Do you know? Have you looked?
That's a good question. We haven't. We've certainly done other line of sight studies with topographic data for cell tower use.
Yeah.
When we're looking at using towers for broadband, and we're certainly willing to do that to however that falls within our ability to do that. But yeah, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an appropriate spot for that anywhere on this side of the hill or not.
Yeah. Might be out of our range of expertise. Certainly. But
That's incredible.
Yes, it's nice to get this data for free, because they were asking for payments to basically put you in the front of the line of processing. But they were going to provide it free for everybody, for the public.
So the $15,000 that was allocated in 2018 was what they were asking?
We had a letter of commitment saying we would, here's our partnership amount that we're willing to budget for, and then we just never heard from them. But I think the person at the state, there was some turnover in those offices, and
Now they're gonna let us have it for,
well, now it's for free anyway.
Sounds good.
That was
I
yeah.
like
We're already paid for indirectly.
It was paid for indirectly, just not by us.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Okay, Shaq, can you go to my tab? I'll just be brief, but this is the project I've been working on. The Cortez Fire District approached me last year, or maybe the year before. It's all a blur. We had used a tool within GIS to create data that would show response times from their stations based on the speed limits of the and then the road type, because how fast I can go on paved versus gravel, and then adding time for taking turns and such. So we were able to generate the response times from each of their 3 stations. So then that way they could understand better in neighborhoods which station is going to get there quicker, because it's not as straightforward as you'd think sometimes. So then now they want to kind of break their district into 3, because they're going to start manning, or hopefully have enough money to start manning other stations than just Station 1 in town. So just creating maps. Here you can go to the next one, Shaq. This was just to zoom in Cortez. But just breaking up their district into 3 to kind of highlight which roads should be responded to by which station, or which addresses, I should say. So yeah, that's just been a fun project and helping one of our important taxing districts. So yeah, so that's really all I had. But we always have ongoing projects with our partnerships in the community, and lots of addresses to assign. So we're staying busy.
Very good. You use a lot of colors. I like that.
Yeah.
Every color ever used.
She's good with colors. I use the same 4 colors I use my hair.
It's hard to, when you want to display a lot of information at once.
How do you get crayons to write that little?
Yeah.
Lots of patience.
Yeah.
Like a sharpener on the back.
And then also we've just been helping with the hazard mitigation stuff and the EOC and going to all of Jim's meetings. So, getting ready for fire season.
It's already here.
It is here.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you for the
Yeah.
additional information. I know I sent you a couple emails also, just in relationship to P.2 and P.2 loop.
It was well covered today, the issues, so we have a folder on it.
Okay.
All right.
Tell them
Thank
the
you.
next time.
Well, hopefully
There's
they
other
get it
land out
resolved.
there, sure.
I don't know what was done in the past, but, until you start populating roads, it's always gonna change. So I understand why it is now that P.2 loop, those 35-acre lots are all probably sold and now most of them occupied. Which in the beginning, there was nobody there, so nobody cared.
Yeah. So the history of how that happened and everything, it was all 35 acre plus, and then tracks, and then splits. Never went through the county process.
Right.
And that's how things happen.
Yep.
And we didn't help by confusing things more with the road map and everything.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. Gentlemen, that is all we have for this morning, unless, John, you want to do your report now? We got a few minutes.
Sure. There were a couple things I wanted to talk about, several of which we've already addressed, actually, so I won't repeat. But the Mancus gravel pit transferred back. The Mancus attorney contacted me yesterday, and we just exchanged some emails. I told him to go ahead and send me a draft, and then I would bug you guys about it after I saw his draft. The one thing that caught me, at least that I noticed in his emails, is that he had suggested that we should build a new fence at a different place to establish a new perimeter, move the gate, and that all of that would presumably be on Montezuma County. I don't remember us discussing that at all. I also don't think that we should probably be obligated to do that. And, but again, let me get the draft from them and talk to you guys about it and get your input on the draft. So I should get that, my guess is sometime this week.
Well, that fence deal might have come from me at the meeting.
Oh,
because I
maybe.
told them that we would have to do something there for liability reasons to keep people
Yep. Agreed.
out of the gravel pit. If we were to give it back to them, we can't just have people coming in there and going back and forth
I think that you're absolutely right,
on the pressure
Commissioner.
and stuff, but
I
but
just,
didn't say we would build the
I figured
fence.
Mancus should pay for it, for giving them this.
Well, I was gonna say, in our conversation with the
Arrange
attorney
your
that
fence
morning, we never
Well, I
discussed
just-
fencing.
I just told because of the liability,
I agree.
we've got to figure out a way of separating these properties if we keep mining here and then they wanna,
Dig a giant tree.
there's just gotta be something there.
I agree.
We can't just have everybody.
There has to be some perimeter. I think the issue is, hey, if we're doing this, why would we be floating the bill for it? Why wouldn't they? So, I think we certainly have leverage, and I think it's fair to ask them to, but, it's something to discuss, that's all. So I will get a draft from them and then give you guys my thoughts on it, and you all can make the decisions on what you want to change, what you want to agree to. And then moving on to, if you recall, the Ute Mountain Ute tribe had an issue with some wording that I believe they found in a BIA document that described our right-of-way through McElmo Canyon as in perpetuity, which I appreciate their concern. I'm going to meet with their counsel. I don't think Peter Ortego, but a different attorney that works with them, to discuss that. Really, it's my position that that's what property, how it works in this country is if you, Commissioner Candelaria, own your property outright, you own it in perpetuity. Yes, you can sell it, you can change it. It doesn't mean it's going to be forever Candelaria's, but you own it in perpetuity. And that's kind of how we interpret rights of ways as well. They're in perpetuity. Doesn't mean that Montezuma County can't abandon the road in 100 years, next year, or that things can't change, but it is what it is. And so I'll discuss with them and see what thoughts they have. But I know that that was a concern of theirs, that word perpetuity. I just don't know that there's anything that we can really do about it. And then I'm also going to meet with an attorney who contacted me about one of the letters that I sent for the planning department about one of the violations. It was some 4-letter acronym, ADK something. I can't remember the name of the company I sent it to. Just telling them, hey, you're in violation. The planning department sent you a letter. Please contact the planning department and fix this, or we reserve the right to take legal action, basically, as I'm summarizing what my letter said. And we got contact to me through an attorney, so I'll meet with them and, with Don's input, of course, and figure out how to proceed. ADNF is the name of the property owner. Whatever that stands for, I'm not real sure. And the attorney's name is Sebastiano out of Durango, who contacted me. So I think that's it.
Okay.
The only thing I have for the commissioners is the Attorney General's office had reached out and wanted to schedule a town hall meeting, which I was just about to public notice. That would be this Thursday at 2 o'clock, but apparently they are going to need to reschedule it. Heidi reached out to me till April 22nd at 2 o'clock instead of this Thursday.
What did the AG want to talk about? I probably missed it.
The opioid settlement.
Got it.
So that will be rescheduled. The 32 people I have on that calendar invite will get an update, but that's going to get rescheduled to the 22nd.
It's a Zoom meeting.
Correct. That's all I have.
Okay, and James Dietrich has no report. So we've got time. If you guys want to give your commissioner's report, we'll do it.
I didn't do a damn thing.
Okay, well, that one was easy.
You get that?
Damn.
That's right. According to some people, that's exactly what they think.
Sat in front of the TV and ate
Okay.
bonbons.
That's right.
All right. Commissioner Lindsay, go ahead.
Basically took a ton of phone calls this week. Some P.2, some County Road 21, some people wanting to know what's going on down there. And I didn't answer very well. But tonight I get to sit in with City Council, and I haven't even looked at their agenda. Went out and roamed around the Home and Garden Show a little bit. That was pretty good. Saw some people. So that's about the size of it. Maybe they are right.
Well,
Commissioner Stevenson.
had a pretty busy week. I started out by going to a Mancos Town Board meeting that they didn't have because they meet on the second and the fourth Wednesdays, and we had an extra Wednesday in that last month, but after I got that figured out. But then Thursday morning, we sat in on the native fish monitoring meeting that for a couple hours James and I did. I learned quite a bit about fish and stuff. I think there's a couple gentlemen on that deal that I would like to have come into our meeting. Jim I can't even start to pronounce his last name. He's from the San Juan Citizens Alliance. I think we could learn a lot from him on some of that stuff down there. Their biggest thing right now is they're trying to find money to do all of this stuff that they need or want to do down there, and don't have anything funded. We're gonna have another meeting, it sounds like maybe November or December with that deal. Thursday afternoon, I did take a drive out to Road P.2 and look things over so that I would have a first-hand look at things. It looked to me like everything out there is civil between landowners, so. I did go to the Home and Garden Show Friday and Saturday, walked around just kind of talking to people, and they had a very good turnout for that deal out there. And yesterday we had our workshops and stuff, and that's taken lots of phone calls this week and then lots of reading, so.
New glasses?
There should be here today.
I have new ones.
Mine are supposed to be here today.
I'm gonna have to go.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do mine. Thank you, Joe. Started out with our TPR meeting. One of the big things that are probably going to start affecting us is that CDOT has not went out to add yet, but they are planning to go to add this later on in the year, and it's basically Highway 160 from 0 mile marker to mile marker number 8. They're going to also work with NMDOT for the 2 miles that goes from basically the bridge to the state line, so that that whole area will then be completed. It's Colorado, New Mexico, and then it goes into Arizona right at the state lines. So NMDOT's going to put in $2 million to take care of that little section of theirs, and that's called the Aztec Creek resurfacing. And like I said, it's 160 from mile marker 0 to mile marker 8. Still working with a lot of funding on Senate Bill 267 and seeing where they're going to go. And then our 7.9% of the total funding out of Senate Bill 267, which was agreed on the formula, that's what basically we are getting through CDOT for the funding source for this region, our Southwest TPR. Sydney Zink will be, her term is up, and she will be there until July, and then we'll be needing a new director for the Transportation Committee for the state. That pretty much ended up that day, Friday. Other than going out to P.2, investigating that, we had a STAC meeting, which is a state transportation planning meeting, very short. I was unable to get onto it much. Sarah Hill, who also represents the TPR, was able to attend that for us, and I'll get a briefing from her later on in the week. Saturday and Sunday, I actually enjoyed my kids for their birthday, and then Monday I went back to work. We had our meeting here yesterday with our workshop, and then I was at the Dolores meeting last night. They did approve, it's basically a contract for Ken Charles. He works under contract for their city manager, and that will be extended until, I think it said, September of 2023. Their sales tax is, again, through the roof. They're doing very well. And then they did ask me to speak briefly on the letter that Shaq and our grant writer had sent to them as far as joining City of Cortez, Town of Mancos, Town of Dolores, Montezuma County for help with
recovery and resiliency.
The Recovery and Resiliency Grant. So they did vote for that last night, and they did agree to write a letter of support. And that's all it is a letter of support. It doesn't tie them to anything monetarily. And that will conclude my report. And with that, gentlemen, we will go to lunch, and we will reconvene here at 1:30 for our Benefits Advisory Committee discussion.
They are.
I mean, I agree. but-
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1:30, and we're going to have a continuation of our BOCC meeting, and we're going to go straight into the Benefits Advisory Committee discussion with the BOCC. Do you all have a spokesman, or would you like to speak individually?
You're the one that asked for this, so maybe you should start by telling them. You should start by telling them what you want, I think.
Well, first of all, so it's been brought to our attention 2 or 3 times that one of the issues that we have of retention is benefits. So basically, instead of us trying to figure out what to do, we put it back into the hands of our employees. What type of benefits, and I'm talking specifically health insurance is what this conversation is about. It can be broadened, but what do you all like? What would you like to see? So right now, the county is paying for 100% of the employees' health insurance. And the sheriff brought to our attention just a couple weeks ago that one of the issues that they're having is that they can't keep, or the retention is not as great because we don't have enough health insurance that offers 2-party pay, 3-party pay, or family pay. So basically, I had sent an email to Virginia. Virginia reached out to me to try and get the ball rolling and to say, okay, how do we want to do this? How do we want to proceed? How do we want to move forward? And that's what we had tasked you all with. Virginia was the only one that had reached out to me, and that's basically where do we want to go? So if you employees are having issues with the health insurance, then we need to know, we need to hear from you.
You know, because we have a clerk here taking minutes, we probably ought to have you all tell us who you are, what department you're from. So write it down.
I know who they are. Do you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Landfill foreman. Virginia McKinney, road office and vehicle maintenance office manager.
Stacy Connor, transfer clerk at the assessor's office, and pretty much the whole building's who I talk to.
Claire Sapiola, district attorney. You guys know me.
Tyson Cox, interim undersheriff / detective lieutenant for the sheriff's office.
Jennifer Morris, local transportation manager.
Laurel Schaefer, public health assistant director, finance manager, and office manager. Zoe Morgan, human resource assistant.
Okay. So then I'm going to look to you, Virginia, since the communication that you and I had, I just basically spell out what your thoughts are.
Okay. The only one that I spoke to was Stacy, who was because she reached out to me last week, kind of wondering where you were going. So we have not, as a committee, collectively met on this. And I was kind of hoping that we'd have some time to meet as a committee after we knew what you wanted to present some things for you. One idea I have is possibly making a survey to put out to the county employees. The ones that I have talked to are not feeling the need for this extra family coverage. They have found other ways to take care of their family. But I think it's much broader than the handful that I've been able to speak to see what their ideas are and what would work to get this employee retention that you're wanting.
Okay.
So I think.
Can you guys pull the mics to you? Sorry.
We actually split off. So under Matt taking office, we were able to, any new employees under his regime, we were able to get them private insurance. So we went through a broker out of Durango, and people that had been with the office, so like me, I still have county insurance, but then any new employees that come in, they went to this broker and then they found a plan. And we actually got it because we did sort of a survey like what Virginia was talking about and who would benefit from what kind of thing. And I think the issue with the sheriff's office and some other departments is the dependent coverage. Some offices may not need it necessarily, but what we found within our office is we had about a 50-50 split. of people that did need the dependent coverage. And when we started looking at the different plans and comparing them to what the county already provides, we were able to do some very, very nice Anthem and what's the other major? Bright insurance plans. They're gold plans, and we're able to pay 120% of the employee and 70% of the dependents, and it's still $7 less a month per employee.
So
than the
wait a
county
second,
insurance.
120%?
Yeah, it was coming up weird. If we did 100%, there was still like a $2.50 deductible that would come out of the employees, so we had to put it in as 120%. It was weird. But that way it got it to where it's a $0, or not $0 deductible, but zero,
Copay?
zero money out of their paycheck.
Oh, okay.
They don't have to pay anything.
So no
Premium.
contribution.
Yeah,
for
no
the-
contribution from the employee.
So, but if you're paying 120%, does that mean they're taking 20%?
No, it was just how we had to put it.
Okay.
It's weird. I
Okay.
know. It's just how we had to put it in so that there wasn't this weird $2 payment that the employee had to pay out of their paycheck.
So,
So we're
we're not-
saving some money by having them go through a broker and get individual coverage. And we're paying 70% of their dependent coverage too, and still saving money.
Is that using whatever the county, allocates for each employee?
It's whatever the broker, they pick their own plans.
So
for
the
it.
DA's office is special in that they're funded by our county, the state, and Dolores County. They're not, they don't fit in like all the other departments fit in with their financial scheme.
So they have other avenues.
But I didn't know if that was something, so set up something similar for all the other departments. They just have a portal that they go into, they pick their plan, the county agrees, and you guys could do a dollar amount even, say you're going to cover $900 of whatever plan that they pick. Some people, it may not cover anything. They'd still have to pay $200 or $300 for dependents, but that's better than the $600-700 they're paying right now. Or other people, it would only be their plan $600, so there's an extra $300. You could put it in an HSA if you wanted to. All of ours were running close enough. We told our office specifically we weren't going to do the HSA thing, but the county could set it up differently to where, you guys can contribute that amount if it's not a super expensive plan. I don't know if any of this is making sense.
As much as insurance makes sense. Yes.
Right. It's so hard to explain. But that's what we did. We just had every individual employee go in and pick the plan that suited their needs. And then we had sort of a set dollar amount that we agreed to, which would be under what the county is paying right now. We told them, we're not going over what the county's paying for right now because we don't have that in the budget. And everybody was able to find amazing plans for really reasonable costs for their dependents. So I don't know if that's an option or not. But it's working out well for us so far.
I don't know if it's an option or not. I mean, I don't, through Anthem, I don't know if that's something that they offer.
I think it's worth asking, Jake.
Well, that's the biggest issue for us. And the sheriff was right in what he said, that we are struggling to keep employees because, doing a little research for this meeting, the two biggest agencies in the area that steal from us are the city of Cortez and the Memphis Marshal's office. That's who we're losing to predominantly. Kind of in what I was looking at, the reason that it's cheaper for, the reason their benefits are better is because both the city and the town of Memphis are contributing more dollars per employee to each employee for benefit coverage, which then lowers that dependent cost. And that's the big issue with our agency where we're struggling, is, people want to be able to put their dependents, spouses, children on their insurance, and you can't afford it.
Same as a mortgage.
Yeah, you're paying, I know specifically for me, when my wife was on my insurance, and we're spending $700 a month. That's not far from where our mortgage is at. So, it becomes a struggle when you look at what a deputy, if you take a baseline deputy that's starting, in the jail around $36,000 or a patrol officer that's starting in the neighborhood of 40, you start taking $700 a month, and if they want to put their kids up there, you're talking upwards of 1,000. They just can't afford it. When you know, they're having to decide, do I make my house payment or do I insure my kids and my spouse? And that's our struggle, and it's a struggle for us in recruiting and retention. When the agencies around us are, you know, they offer a better benefits package, it makes it hard for us to attract the best candidates, and that's where we're struggling. We've, you know, when I prepared the attrition rate study that the sheriff presented to you guys, a large majority of the people that we are losing are seeking better benefits, and I think that's where we're struggling for our agency specifically.
So I would just ask that you hear me out about this, because we're talking about retention. It's not just benefits, it's retaining employees and being able to recruit employees, okay? So I typed this up last week and a little bit today. So thank you for giving us the time and openness to discuss this issue. Historically, great leadership is just this, not just making decisions, but including your team and their voices as well. This is how this committee was started. Montezuma County is filled with many great leaders, and I'm sure most of them would credit the majority of the success of their departments to their teams, the county employees. We are trusted to serve the county community, and I know a majority of our county employees take that serious and take that with heart. That shows in employees who have been here for 30 plus years, 20 plus years, 25 plus years, because they love what they do and they love this community and they have chosen to stay. With that said, I would like to share an example of a disparity that we are seeing in our county team. I'm not going to use names, but she knows I'm using her as an example today. She has been with the county for 27 years and appreciates and needs this health coverage. She is making $17.79 an hour gross, a result of sporadic raises of a quarter here and there, and some years 2 quarters if we were lucky. In the past 11 years that I've been here, we've had a few bonuses, but those don't increase hourly rates. I would also like to add that there were many times in my time where there were no raises, and it is my understanding that this was happening before my time as well. I am certain she is not the only employee in the county who is in this situation. I know more in my department alone. I am also certain that this approach has not been able to keep up with the cost of living, the cost of benefits, and now as a county, I feel like this should be a priority for us to fix. Over time, this approach causes a disparity or a gap, if you will, when hiring new people. The word on the street is it eventually will be about $15 minimum wage soon. We are only $2.68 away from that in Colorado, which is the hiring rate that we start at the health department depending on experience, and most times that's not enough to keep or entice potentially hard workers to come and stay, let alone if they have to pay for their health coverage additionally. We are the least paid county in comparable areas. For most of my time here, we have been told over and over that we should be thankful for our jobs. Please know that this is not an ungratefulness issue, and this is not the issue. My point in sharing this information is that it is, in my opinion as a leader, we should be a bit embarrassed to then turn around and ask employees in these circumstances to pay for the best benefit we have to offer. We should be addressing the pay gaps in this county before asking our employees to pay for health insurance. We should be rewarding hardworking, well-performing, dedicated employees who do a good job. We have not been able to do that for years. They are an investment to the many successful operations of the county, but most importantly, an investment in the Montezuma communities that they serve. I truly feel that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and then we can talk about what is a fair amount to be paying for your insurance. Most places do pay for insurance, a little bit. But when I have people are $200 away from qualifying for LEAP that have been with the county for 27 years, it's a little hard sell to say, hey, now you got to chip in for your insurance. But thanks, here's a pat on your back for doing a great job.
Well said.
Yeah, and it's the same issue for us. The dollars that we're spending in training new people is astronomical, and I think the sheriff provided you all the PowerPoint, that we're spending a ton of money training new people constantly because we cannot retain them. And there's a significant dollar figure to that. We're not keeping, speaking specifically for our office, and I think it's probably true across the county. You train them up, you get them into that sweet spot where they're productive, good members of the agency or department, and then they leave. Right? For law enforcement, kind of that 4 to 12 year window is the super sweet spot where they're trained enough they can handle about anything on their own, right? After 12 years, they've kind of handled a little bit of everything, they slow down a little bit. But we are not retaining people in that 4 to 12 year window. We're just not. If you look back to that study the sheriff presented, we have 7 employees that currently work at the sheriff's office that have been employed there since 2003. It's not a retirement agency. And so what we're doing is we're spending a large amount of money training them up for other agencies, and we're not retaining that investment. And I'm sure the bottom line is whether you run a grader for the road department, you're a nurse at the health department, it doesn't matter what you do. There's a cost to training new employees. And I think if we went across the board and did an attrition rate study for the entire county, it would be, I think we'd all be very surprised of how many people we're losing because we're not offering the benefits package that people need to insure their families.
Our turnover rate's about 20%.
Which we understand that. And we've actually been listening for the last 3 months, is why we're having this meeting. We have 3 things that we basically have identified, and it was after the attrition rate presentation is, one, it seemed like the most or the highest priority was the insurance. The second was, which specifically went to FPPA for just the sheriff's department. It wouldn't apply to, I don't think it would do anything with the DA, but, and then third is the pay plan, which we're working on also. So we're hearing, we're listening, but we also, is that really true? Is that, your letter just basically says that is not your highest priority. You're saying the pay plan is more of the highest priority. Those 3 benefits are what have come to us that we're trying to look at and trying to figure out a solution to.
Yep, I'm saying that is just as important as benefits.
Correct, but
it is.
what we're trying to do
that's
is...
how you get them in. That's how you get people in and you get people to stay.
Right, and we understand that. And I would like to see our percentage of 20% turnover be decreased significantly. And that's where we're asking you guys. Mm-hmm. We're not just sitting up here, we have to make the final decision based on what kind of dollars and cents come in, but what are you thinking?
So my question is why are we losing people to the city? Why is theirs so much better than ours? Is it because they have more people? That's what I've never been able to understand.
Yeah,
why is the city so much better?
Tyson,
Well, they pay more of the benefits, but they also pay a lower wage. For operator position, I don't know about for law enforcement.
Not for law enforcement, they don't.
But for other positions, they do pay a lower wage.
So I talked to the city this morning. So in comparison, they're paying $1,545 per employee per month for health insurance. Compared to the county, we're paying $881.20 or $881.16 per month per employee. And if you look at the town of Mancos, they're paying $1,602 per month per employee for health coverage. That's what's driving down their dependent care costs.
So maybe the same broker, same type plans.
Right.
Yeah, insurance is, the thing about insurance is insurance. I mean, the bottom line is, if you want to drive down dependent care coverage, the dollars going to an employee for their overall coverage has to increase to drive down that dependent care cost.
So I guess going back to Virginia's question, do you guys see this as an issue because we're talking about countywide, or do we need to do the poll first to see, does this really even matter for dependent care? Because it sounds like it is specifically for the sheriff's department and maybe some
It was for us why we had to
others.
change.
So, but is it really? But it's not. So when we look at it, we still have to look at it for the entire county.
I think you'll probably still see a close to 50-50 split. I mean, the survey may come back slightly different, but I would imagine it would be close to that.
But I'll tell you this, the departments that are saying it's an issue are the departments where there's turnover.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. If you look at our department specifically, we've lost 105 people or 102 people in 5 years. Right? I mean, that's a large turnover. And we're just not, we're not competitive with other agencies.
How does it compare with loss ratios to other sheriff's departments?
Across the state?
Yeah.
So the closest, I always like to compare us to Morgan County because they're the closest geographically and population size. When I was preparing that presentation for the sheriff to present, their turnover rate was about 12.5% over the same time period, over the same 5 years as ours. So it was significantly less. But you also compare their benefits package and their pay was significantly more.
Is their income into the county comparable to what Montezuma County is?
That I guess I can't answer.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what you're
And
needing
they
to
could
look at also.
possibly be a county that has a sales tax.
Well,
That's true.
Yeah.
That's,
And having went to high school in Morgan County, I know they have a sales tax, so.
I mean, I would think we need to do more research onto this before we can make a decision. I can tell you the people I've talked to, the dependent care wasn't that issue, but taking money out of our pocket to pay for our insurance. Most people can't do it because they're already maxed out, paycheck to paycheck. You put in $200, $300, $500 a month more, they're not making their bills for insurance.
I don't think that was ever our intent. I don't think that, I think the intent was to cover dependent care. So the way it is right now, any dependent care is 100%
Right.
on the employee, correct?
Right.
So I don't know what you guys, what plan you have, but there's an amount for a dependent care, whether it's a family or whether it's a spouse and a.
Yeah, we did a percentage.
So I guess that's what we're saying. What is that
Yeah.
percentage? We're not saying that we're going to take anything away, but if dependent care is that critical of an issue, how do we make it work?
So what we did and what maybe for our office and what we need to do countywide was we had this portal, and I don't know if Jake has something like that, but we had this portal, everybody logged in, they selected the plan that they wanted, and then it came back and gave me all the numbers, and then we could look at it and see, okay, what percentage can we afford to pay of the dependent care? We saw what everybody's individual plan was, and then we averaged that out and saw how much it was, and just, we did, like I did a whole comparison spreadsheet of, okay, if we covered, 30%, 25%, 10%, what that looked like of the dependent. And once we got the whole average for the office, we decided, okay, this falls underneath our allotted, $889 a month that we already budgeted for, so we can afford to pay this percentage of,
So that's where you
whatever.
come up
So
with your
that's-
120%.
Yeah.
So the total would be whatever it was, and whatever the county's contribution was, what, 120%.
Yeah, it's a little more complicated
Oh,
that, but that's the gist of it, yes.
In simple terms, that's what it is, and then the employee still picks up the additional amount for the dependent.
Yeah, and so I can tell you right now, just for an example, somebody with a family that has a spouse and 2 children, they're paying about $35 for dental care and $16 for vision with each paycheck.
And what are the deductibles for the healthcare, for the major healthcare?
I think a lot of them are around $1,000. I don't think anybody picked a super high deductible plan.
Which 1,000 is pretty much what
It's
everybody
just what-
pays
yeah.
in the county anyway.
So why is that available to them and not to us as far as?
Because they
That'd be a
get
good
funded,
question
they
for-
get funded by the state in
Well,
Dolores County, and they don't work the
But
same.
so do I. I mean, I get funded by the state. I don't get anything from the
Not in
county,
the same
so-
way they do, you don't.
Oh.
We're separate, Jennifer, sorry. I
So
know.
the DA's office isn't under Montezuma County's health plan to start with.
We were.
Well, they
We
are.
we
Yeah.
are, yeah.
Part of you are.
Yeah.
The people that were there,
The new-
the new people coming
Right,
in
new
are in the
people-
new system.
Exactly, yeah. So there's a lot of our old employees still, like myself, that we're still under the county.
But you still have the option to go to the same,
It's a little more technical than that also. We would have to terminate employment and then rehire to be eligible for the insurance.
so that's an
It is.
insurance.
Oh, it was, yes.
Are
Luckily
they,
with Matt switching, Matt coming in as a new boss and stuff, that gave us that window of opportunity to make all of these changes with our elected official. So, I don't know.
how's their claim records? Do they pay on time? Do they pay, do you know? I mean, a lot of insurance companies sell you something up front and then back on the backside, they won't pay for a lot.
A lot of them have Anthem.
Okay.
A lot of them picked Anthem plans, so it's the same as.
Which is what we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do we have other avenues, Billy, that we can talk to the provider and see what, I mean,
Well, I'll check with Jake on this and see if I can get more information, but I honestly think it has something to do with the number of employees that you have in your group. That's when they go out and shop, you have a certain size, that
Right.
determines your prices. So I'll have to ask him about this. and
Yeah, because
see,
that's what I was
I've
worried
never-
about. The county may be too big
Yeah, I
for
think
something
so.
along those lines.
And the bottom line, the way insurance works, the bigger the group, the more the risk to the insurance company.
Sure.
Your prices are gonna be higher, that's.
right?
And
I
I
mean,
mean,
we-
it's average age, all kinds of
We
things go
understand
into
that.
We
this.
have a lot of old people.
Yeah, and claims history is another one.
Absolutely.
We paid out some big cancer claims, in the last
Yep.
5 years.
Depends on the things, yeah. A lot of factors.
I mean, a lot of years ago, Montezuma County paid out more in claims than they did at premiums.
So when it comes to the insurance discussion, I'll just simplify it as much as possible. The premiums from the companies are going to be what they're going to be. There's either going to be from the willpower from the board to pay more towards the dependent care, or there isn't. That simplifies the discussion.
That's where we've been in the
And Jake's told
2 years
us
I've
that.
been on the committee.
Yeah.
It's always been, this has been the issue that we've been trying to work on. And we got it a little bit better, but it's still not very good with what we've been doing.
It's gotten worse with us.
Well, wasn't it there one year it was a little bit better?
For the employee premium, but I don't think that the dependent care has ever gotten better.
Dependent coverage has always been horrible.
Always done.
Yeah.
And what about access to doctors? Do you have to go to Durango or?
Now
there-
it's much better with Anthem.
Okay.
United Healthcare was a total mess.
That was horrible.
Horrible. Nobody in this city pretty much.
So you have a bigger network now.
Yeah.
And most people will take that because UHC was going to people and saying, hey, we'll let you here, we'll let you take our insurance, but you have to cut your rates. And the eye doctors here, they were wanting them to take less than what they were.
Well, none of the eye doctors would take you.
Yeah, they wouldn't take UHC because they were asking them to cut their prices down to where it was cost to them.
So how does the county pay for the insurance for your new hires?
So
If it's
we
not
just.
through our main
So
office?
the county doesn't, the county doesn't write any of the DA's checks at all.
Nothing at all.
That all goes through her.
She
It's
gets
a
paid
separate
every
animal.
month for whoever's under.
Not that DAs are animals, I'm not saying that. But
Are we arguing that? I'm not.
So in essence, you're not a county employee, you're an employee of the DA's office.
Yeah,
it's,
Yeah.
right, it's a little complicated.
And we've gotten arguments with a number of elected officials about whether the county should or not. So it's not a black-white answer.
All of the staff, because it's multi-county. So it's weird.
So do we terminate everybody today?
So that's what we did.
And-
With Matt coming in, Will fired them. And with Matt coming in, he rehired them.
So
That's how we
you
made
guys-
it.
I will tell you this,
guys
if you fire everybody today, they're making an extra $400 a week
Yeah,
to
that's
stay
true.
home right now, may not want to go
Making more
there.
doing that, so.
However, if you do fire me, that's-
But there's several of these people that you can't fire.
You
There's a
have to be
few
there
that
to
you
train.
Well, there's only 2 guys that we can really fire, and they're sitting right here.
You can fire, I think, everybody.
No, we can direct one
direct
man.
him to do it.
We only have to talk to one guy.
That's right.
Yeah, and he'll take his extra 400 a week. Let me know what you decide.
So, I guess really then, do we want to send out the survey and
I think it would
see
be a
if
good
that's?
idea for the survey, and that would give us an overall.
Can we give both us, the committee, and you guys something
To go, okay, now we can see
Right,
this.
and
we're
then
working
that
on
way you
this.
guys, we have more talking points of how do we address this? How do we try to make it better?
I think from looking at, just the jurisdictions around us, the city of Cortez, town of Mancos, basically, we would have to look at doubling what we're paying, almost doubling per employee per month what we're paying to lower that dependent care coverage to $200 to $300 a month. From just looking at their plan and what they're, and
So
obviously.
can you write that in your poll to basically what he said, that if we pay X, it may cost you $300 or $400 a month? I mean, are you interested or are you not interested? If there's not enough interest,
It's probably not worth it.
it probably isn't worth
It
it.
was a huge pain just for
But-
my 15 people to go through that.
And we have, well, take out your 15, we have 243 with everybody, we take out her 15, so we're still
Well, we
228.
have social services is also included in ours. They do it on payroll, so that's another, I don't even know how many they have up there.
42?
Yeah, so.
So, let's ask this in a different way, and don't take this the wrong way by any means. If everybody had their own individual policy and the county put it in their checks each month to a certain degree, would they benefit better by having an individual policy rather than this great big group policy?
I don't think by statute we can do that.
I think with having more than 50 employees, the statute binds you to offer
And
a
I think
group
there's some
policy.
coverages that you won't get unless you're in a group.
Right.
There's some things they won't cover, the insurance won't cover. And a lot of that's like existing
Yeah,
stuff.
because
Conditions.
we've asked to have the dependent coverage not included in our, and then we can't, by law, Obamacare stuff.
Yeah.
We cannot not offer dependent coverage. We just can't do it because of our size.
I did look up this morning the national average from last year for employers to contribute to family coverage is 67%. And that's a national average. So that kind of supports what Tyson says.
Yeah.
What are we at right
now? 0%
Zero.
of,
Zero dependents.
On dependents.
So you're saying
Yeah,
They're
this
saying
is
that the
just for
employer
family
would.
coverage. For family
300 to
coverage,
400 a month, it would be
67%.
67% basically. or-
Yeah, because if you look at like the sheriff's office, only 6% of the people that work there are utilizing dependent coverage because they can't afford it.
Right.
Do they still qualify for CHP like they had in the past?
Some do, yeah,
Yeah.
like, well, because our deputies get paid low enough that, yeah,
Exactly.
most of them qualify for
CHP,
CHIP,
Medicaid?
yeah, all that.
25 employees out of the county that
No,
have
no.
dependent coverage.
yeah,
That's all? 25?
that's it.
That's about it. Yeah.
25% have family coverage?
Yeah, about 25.
25 people.
People, I'm sorry.
Dependent
No.
coverage.
So that's about 10%.
Yeah, out of 243 employees, it's not great.
Because, yeah,
Because it's too large.
Right.
we have a lot of single parents coming in.
Well, if you, yeah, you look at like our patrol staff and our jail staff, they're very young. I mean, they're at the having kids stage and, you know, that kind of stage in their life that they need coverage for
I've had
that.
one come in, put their dependents on, take it off because they can't afford it, put them back on, take them off, put them back on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And can you decline provided insurance? I think you can because it's dependent care only and choose CHP, correct?
Yes.
But you can't do that as an
As long as you
individual.
qualify for the
Right.
CHP, yeah, you can do that.
Right.
And a lot of them don't. Once they get the job and start making money, they don't qualify
They
anymore
don't.
because they're like that close.
They're like that close,
Yeah.
like $100 a month off or, and that's not enough to pay for dependent coverage.
Yeah, we
So they
actually,
go without.
in talking to the sheriff before I came over, we actually had a deputy that said he did not want to make, he or she, whatever it was, did not want to make any more money than they were making right now, because if they did, they would no longer qualify for insurance for their kids.
I've had employees say
Yeah.
that to me
Yeah.
too.
Public insurance.
Not recently, but.
Sure. right.
Public insurance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
public insurance. So, it's kind of where we're at.
I've had that happen.
Mhm.
And you know, as an employer, I was mandated every year to give $1 an hour raise to everybody.
Right.
And after a while, it was kicking people off the programs that they had come to live on.
Or putting them in a higher tax bracket.
Right, that,
And they
it
got
it
less
will too.
than what they should have.
Yeah.
So,
Do the assessor or treasurer have anything to add?
Well, I think I was a little misled on what the meeting was about today.
Yeah,
So,
we all kind of were.
so I was here mostly to find out, you know, if this were to go through by Monday or Tuesday, how many employees I was gonna have to replace. Because they were all gonna leave if they had to start paying $500 a month for their insurance. So.
Not sure where that came from,
yeah, I don't know where that
but that
came
is
from at
not what we ever said.
That's what I got,
So you told the treasurer that, you brought the treasurer with you.
The wording was,
Yeah.
the wording was for dependent care, and
How
what
can
would
we
we
figure
pay?
out to get,
Because basically, the employee is going to pay for dependent care.
Well, how that came across
So-
was that it was coming out of, the employee was going to pay for the insurance.
The
The,
individual.
the employee does
Well, they-
pay for the dependent care.
the
That is
Right.
correct.
But it just said insurance,
But
period.
not our own.
And
Okay,
that's
well-
the miscommunication on this part because of what I heard, and so.
So
I don't
that's
think it
okay.
takes away from the concerns, though, I think.
I mean,
you know,
the
there's
concerns
no-
are all the same.
No, there's still concerns.
There's still
but
concerns,
It was
yes.
totally different what we were told as to what is going on.
So,
Yeah, so see, when I
It's
came in
about-
here, I felt like I had really didn't have a clue, and if it was about that, then we should have had a chance to talk about it before coming in here. But,
well, you guys can get your committee together and talk about whatever you want, whenever you want, at any time you want. We don't know when you meet or when you don't meet.
yeah.
So, if we have had concerns brought to us, we are bringing it back to you guys to ask for help. Or we can just kick the can down the road and don't bother with it at all and continue to go the route we're going. However, we feel that there is an issue. Retention is a big thing to us at 20%, so we felt that it was worthwhile to say, hey, how do we make this happen together? So, there is, if you're going to put dependents on there, there is going to be, that is going to be paid for by the employee.
Yes.
And I don't think anybody is unrealistic about that. It's just how much is that chunk and can you afford it? That's the bottom line issue.
Well, and I guess that's where the poll would be is this even worthwhile? Because if it's not worthwhile, then, I mean, maybe we're doing okay. But
Jim, I do think it's the bigger picture of the whole, it's the pay, it's the benefits, it's, you know, it's not just, are our employees willing to pay for our children to have insurance? I don't think it's that. We're always willing to take care of our children. It's can we take care of them in this situation?
correct.
They need to use the low income. Yes, with more money coming in monthly, when the pay plan gets all, you know, I mean, it's a huge picture. And just taking one chunk out of the huge picture is not gonna solve the problem.
And we are working on the whole picture.
I know,
But
that's what I'm
we're
saying.
just trying to
This is
identify
just a
each
small
chunk
of the big
of the picture, so.
And we see this chunk too, because we have people that don't, you know, all they need is the employee insurance, so they're perfectly happy. Then we have people with children that they can't afford it. I mean, that's $1,000 a month on a $5,000 deductible a year plan. You're paying $1,000 a month. That's, I don't, it's just unreal to me how much health insurance is since they fixed it. So
Yeah, since they fixed it.
yeah, so that's frustrating because those people then have to go through the Rocky Mountain Health Plan, and I agree with everything Laurel said about that. It embarrassing that our employees are qualifying for that, that's what they have to do is do that. But I am glad that they have their own insurance. I guess maybe a choice would be good, so that they could say, I would rather have this much more money every month, or no, I'd rather have dependent coverage for my kids.
Which I don't think we can do that again by statute. We have to make that, we have over 50 employees, we do have to provide that insurance. So I don't think we can.
You have to provide for the employee and offer the dependent care. What I'm saying is on the dependent care, if they could get a little more help, some people might be, and maybe they'd rather be on the other, I don't really know, and I'm kind of almost out of that stage of my life. But the Rocky Mountain, can you explain a little more about that?
Me?
Yes.
Well, it's CHP plus, that's if you have a higher income, then whether or not you qualify for Medicaid is usually a lower income. You do with CHP plus still have to pay an annual deductible. It's small, it's between, I think, $50 and $100 depending on your income. But it's still available. I don't know. I'm with these girls too. I think it's a bigger picture. I think we've spent years, I mean, in the 11 years I've been here, I've just kind of seen, you know, the starting rate creep up to where people are who have been here for years. And that's an issue. You know, it's an issue, and I think we need to address it and then move on in a responsible manner from that point, whether that's merit-based, whether that's cost of living, whatever that looks like, and then address the possible dependent care, you know.
And we do have to be competitive. We have
We
to
do.
hire people that are working in this community
We-
that have more benefits.
We totally agree. Why do you think we're having a conversation?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
We realize there is an issue.
We just have not blaming any of it.
Yeah,
And-
this,
I'm blaming you.
I think this
Why
is
not?
a historical issue that has been going on for years, and now it is an issue.
I think there's
know,
some backed
but-
up frustration over
I think we go
time,
with that.
not with,
No.
that is now, you're seeing that.
Right. This is a reflection of, like I said, a quarter this year, a quarter next year, nothing, you know, and then we turn around and expect people to pay for insurance, which I'm not saying, again, I was a little misled too. I thought we were.
We all were.
Well, and if that was probably an issue, or maybe I didn't, I don't know, it
wasn't
was,
necessarily our conversation, because I only talked to Stacy. It was the email invite, I think, how it was worded, and there was no, we didn't have a meeting before this prior
Right.
to come before.
Because normally we talk about that and then we come,
And then
so
okay.
that's just,
But when we're
Well-
talking about employee retention, I think it's really important, you know, like and I'm sure everyone here feels the same way, you know.
We've
these
had
are-
nothing but tension in this boardroom today, so
No,
why would we want to
retention.
change it?
No, retention. Retention and recruitment, I mean, it is an issue. And it costs us on average about $15,000 to train a new nurse.
And we see that, and trust me, we know it. I mean, we just
Right.
just saw the sheriffs, but we realize that that happens with everybody out there, whether it's a nurse, whether it's road and bridge, whether it's a landfill. We realize that training is extremely costly to us, so I would like to see that number of 20% loss significantly reduced.
Absolutely.
So, it's a conversation, I guess. You guys go have a meeting and bring us something, because we can't, you guys have the pulse of your people out there. You know what's going on. We're just opening up the dialogue to say, how do we fix this? Well, a lot of heads out there, I see a lot of smart people are better than just a few to fix a problem.
and we do appreciate the
Absolutely.
us being allowed to input and help find
I
some
would
kind
like
of
to see
solution,
us
because we're all, we talk
survey
about
of
this every
all
time
of
we
the county
meet.
employees, not just the 4 or 5 you talk about here and there,
And that's-
everybody, and have a comment deal on there, so if they want to comment, there's got to be a lot of good ideas out there that,
Yep,
Something will work, or a few of them put together.
yeah.
yeah.
Sounds like the DA has already put together something that somewhat works for.
It works for our
For
department. I
office,
don't know
but-
that it would necessarily, you know,
Well, it's something we
But
need to look into. If it's
works for
working that
us.
well for 15 people there,
Yeah.
why can't we make it
I
work
do
for
think
everybody else?
I think one thing we are hearing from them is they don't want dependent care to start being covered at the cost of the employee having to chip in towards their own health care. Am I hearing
Or I think
that
a small
accurately?
portion, so I think if it's just a portion, not, something substantial like it has been.
Well,
I think what they're saying is
No.
that at the current rate of pay, they cannot chip into their, or if it was to change to a percentage for them, at the current rate of pay is what you're saying is the bigger picture of looking at X, Y, and Z. So as we're looking through this, we're also looking at the pay plan and trying to make this whole pie come together. We understand that there are some disparities in what's happening right now. We're going to try to fix them. But here again, we have to look at, obviously, what do we have coming in? And
Yeah.
what kind of money do we have to spend? Because we can't, we still have a responsibility, which is our fiduciary responsibility to all of the taxpayers also. So
And I
as we
know-
work at it
yeah.
together, we'll come up with a solution that will fit.
And I
I'm-
think looking at the county as a whole, but also taking into consideration, like for the health department, for example, I had to answer three different programs why we weren't paying our employees a livable wage, when they're funding us to pay employees a living wage, a livable wage, which in my opinion can be argued. One of them was a little bit too high, in my opinion, but the other ones made sense. But we have to reply with, we can't do it. We're not allowed, I can't just give one person a raise who's been here 5 years, and then not be able to reward somebody who's been here 20 or 25 years, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of moving parts, is my point, and a lot of considerations, too. And different departments have different funding.
Yeah, that's my grant funding people.
Correct.
They fluctuate some years where it drops super low and we have to move other money, and then other years they're a lot higher than what
Yeah.
the rest of my staff is, so.
Yeah, and I think making
feel
it
you on
fair
that.
across the board helps,
Yeah.
but we have to be able to figure out where that base is.
So remember, that is a 4-letter word,
Which one?
fair.
Fair. Oh, I know. And
And nothing in
like I
life is
said,
fair.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's the state fair and the county
So
fair.
Yeah.
that's about right. So
Yeah, I'm just saying a base. Right now, nickel and diming people as a reward is not necessarily the responsible way of doing things. We have to figure out how we can help people so that they can afford dependent coverage.
and this is the
Or
first
maybe
step,
not.
is to
Maybe they
open
don't
up
want
this
it.
dialogue so that we can
Yep.
work together to a solution. Is it going to be had overnight? Probably not.
Absolutely not.
And it's probably going to be a work in progress.
It probably won't happen, at least until open enrollment. Call it a hunch.
And I understand that, but still, if we're prepared,
Right,
we
yeah.
will be ready to know with a plan going forward, and we're already in April.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be that long to November,
Yeah.
right?
It takes
Or-
a lot of time to get all the data that any broker's gonna need. They're gonna need, social security numbers and dates of birth and addresses, and, they need all this information to even get accurate quotes and that type of thing. And to get employees to actually get you that information in a timely fashion is a whole nother, yeah, I know.
Falls on me.
Yeah.
I know.
And that's where we're
Not
kind of,
Yeah, so
that's
we
why we're
should
starting
get-
now, is so that we hopefully can get there
Absolutely.
by that time. Because trust me, it's going to be here quicker than we think.
Yes.
So we are asking for your help also. Obviously you guys have figured it out and never even came to us. I'm finding out all kinds of things.
Shaq,
We didn't,
I believe we spoke to them about it. It's very
Did you
last
see that?
minute. It's about ready to murder Will over that
So-
one, but.
That's premeditated. We're on YouTube.
Yeah, it's gonna take, I'm willing to put in some time and doing some research. Maybe there's a way where you can do it individuals with the county, and maybe there's a separate type of insurance for the dependents. That you know, maybe there's two different insurance companies or something that you have to work with. You know, you don't know, no one knows what's out there.
Well, basically,
Well,
you
if I
guys,
understand it correctly, we cannot do that. As long as we offer insurance, we have to offer dependent coverage as a group. We can't.
I'm not saying not as a group, I'm saying maybe we don't use this,
Use a different
we
company.
use a different
I
company.
don't know that you can do that, so.
If it's
That'll be a
offered,
question for
it's offered.
Yeah.
Well, and I think part of that, Billy, is getting him down here and having him work
Having
with
him
us.
figure out.
Yeah.
Maybe explain things just a little bit.
I think he's coming this month, but I'm not sure.
And availability to companies in this area is pretty tough.
Health insurance, period, across the nation is
Yeah, health insurance is a real nightmare anyway.
terrible right now.
is that better clarification? I mean,
It gives us a
Yes,
starting
it
point.
gives us
yeah.
something
Okay.
to go for.
When do you think we come back and you guys report to us?
When's Jake coming?
I'll call him and find out. I think he's coming this month.
Which is like 2 weeks left. Okay.
A month, 6 weeks
I was
from
gonna
now?
say, yeah,
Whatever
30
you want.
days maybe.
Yeah.
just, yeah, set it up with Shaq, but I just don't want to be delayed to where we don't get
Right.
something accomplished. I
think
mean,
it's gonna take
2020 to me was,
Yeah, I'm
is all we
saying-
did was chase
Yeah.
our
Get all
tail,
employees
and
info and
I don't want to do that in
Yeah.
2021. I want to let's get things moving, and we should have fixed things last year that we didn't have the time to, because we were trying to just keep our heads above water.
Sure.
May
For now.
15th.
And getting it out and everything.
Okay?
I'll let Virginia think.
Because I only know my.
Because retention is a big thing to us too. Not just tension. Retention.
Well, if we can get retention raised, that helps the county have
That
more
helps the whole
funding.
county everywhere.
Absolutely.
And retention is like tension all over again.
Yeah.
I got it.
Well, and you guys are, all fairly new, and you guys just got all the tension because
Yeah.
it's been building. So you're the lucky
It's
one.
been retention for a long time, yeah.
Any comments from the landfill?
Come on, Gary.
It's all trash to him.
Seems pretty simple what we're talking about. It seems like to keep people around, we need to offer dependent coverage. And it seems like
And raise
the
the
county's
wages.
putting in half of what other organizations are offering. So the board needs to figure out where that money is gonna come from, right? And it seems that when it comes from taxpayers, and at this point in time, we really have taxpayers.
Everything that we do is taxpayer funded. Every
Except for
penny
the
we have up
landfill.
here
Yeah.
You can come
Sure.
look in my office and
But the
pay.
city has.
Is
Yes.
taxpayer
See
funded.
how he
Yeah, they
likes
have a ton.
asking the taxpayers.
I know, he said he didn't like asking the taxpayers for money.
Right.
And even
Go
if
over to
you
the
went
treasurer's
to
office and stand at the desk and wait
per
for him
employee
to give
per
you a
month.
check.
Okay, so here's roughly where we're at a year right now. We would go to here.
Some of the
It
comments.
would be amazing if we
Interesting.
could get a sales tax, but I don't know if we could ever get that loaded.
You know, we've actually, we've had that discussion up here, we've talked about it, there again, that's another four-letter word. However,
Yeah.
if we can create a campaign with all of us, and this would take all of us, to make the taxpayer understand that it's not just the burden of the property owners, it's now everybody that's coming through spending anything.
Yeah.
So once you
Yeah.
can educate people to understand that, it might pass, but there again, I don't think any of us are really against a sales tax, to be honest with you.
I'm not.
Just so
But-
we don't make it an added tax to the people that are already paying all the taxes.
So-
Is the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think everybody that comes in and uses our facilities and goes to our grocery store or buys the food.
They ought to have to pay
goes to
their
our
fair
gas, they
share
need
of
to
using
pay
our
some
community.
to support the community so we can afford, so they can come back here next year.
But right
when
now,
they're on their
the
vacation.
landowners in Montezuma County foot the bill for everything.
For everything.
Yes,
And
But then we go somewhere else and we have to pay their sales tax.
and we have to
We-
pay their
we are-
sales tax.
we realize that we have an issue.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of, with your help, how do we fix the issue? So
We are committed to fixing this issue too.
Thank you.
That's why we brought it here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Anything else from you guys? How about some smiling faces? No more tension?
Yeah, let's have this group go away happy.
We're still on YouTube.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Too much. Thank you.
What's that? Okay, gentlemen, with that, that is the end of our agenda. Can I entertain any?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we close this meeting for the 13th of April,